Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Sons and Daughters of Liberty. Once more, we are jumping into the fray and some rambling of the chaotic minds. Title pretty much says it all. The pen is mightier than the sword. What do I mean by the pen is mightier than the sword? Obviously, it's in question marks. It is simple words. The power of words, the power of labels. The very fun subject that I love talking about the most. But give me a few seconds. I want to send out a few invitation links to a couple people that I'd like to join in on this conversation. They may or may not. Wow. Well, she might not. She hasn't been seen in 18 weeks. I'm going to have to check up on her. Got 2 more links to share. Just give me a few more seconds. Of course, when you're looking for somebody, you can never find them, right? Be faster to go look through my notifications feed than scrolling through the endless commercials on Facebook. That's what it's become. Yep, notifications. Oops, that's not Messenger. Oh, it's not letting you break. Give me a second. Let me figure out why. All right, try again. I hear you coming in. Let me try this link again. No, it worked the last time we was over here. The only thing I did different this time was take the remove the require approval off. I might know why that's happening. Because I'm set private. Okay, you need the app. Because I hear it dinging in the background, Bray. Oh, wait, that might be Facebook dinging in the background. Never mind. But I think you'd enjoy this topic and fun conversation. And it's been a while since free spirit, free spirit prepping and press. me and her have done a podcast together. Sent out a link to a couple other people too. So give us a few minutes while we get things situated and she gets her app installed. Hope everybody's enjoying their beautiful weather. Hey, for all you guys that got snow and ice, you guys were lucky. You didn't get the minus 15-degree weather. I would have took the ice and snow over the minus 15-degree weather. Actually, our snow's coming later tonight, so which I can't wait. I'm hoping for a snow day. I'm hoping for a 4-day weekend. I ain't that lucky though. But yeah, for all of you guys that are out there dealing with the weather, be safe out there. Hope you guys had backups in case your heat electricity goes down. It's always good to have a backup heater, propane, diesel, whatnot to help keep your houses warm in case of situations like we're having now. I mean, we haven't had really a major storm in I don't know how many years. I haven't can't remember since we actually had real snow and since I was a teenager. So I mean, at least when I was growing up, we actually had a winter. Ooh, I hear somebody in the background.
Yeah, a voice from the past.
Right. Like 18, I think it said 18 weeks.
Oh Jesus Christ, making me feel like
That was
I'm
okay.
a dinosaur. Good God.
I mean, you are a dinosaur compared to me.
Oh, kiss my ass and make it a love story. I mean, I'm old, but I'm not a dinosaur yet. How the hell you
Close
doing?
enough. Um,
Oh,
oh,
geez,
you know,
thanks.
typical,
Full of
typical,
shit
you
to
know,
Christmas
typical.
goose.
Yeah.
So let
Hey,
me guess.
I know that. I know this. Applebee's has some fucking amazing Southern slammers.
Uh, um, Applebee's has a lot of other nice things too, but yeah, we'll.
Well, I mean, I started with a double shot of Patron tequila, two Coors Lights, and oh my God, those Southern Slammers. She's like, well, two people need a drink. I'm like, well, oh, Jose. You just put the glass in front of him. Don't worry, I'll drink it. I'll drink all of it anyway, because the rest of at the table couldn't drink. Now we took Jose used to be our supervisor. Then I replaced him as supervisor, but probably one awesome supervisor. Kids loved him because I run the Gap crew, so I got like 3 adults. The rest are kids, teenagers. But they wanted to take him out. I was like, yeah, sure, I'll go. I swear to God, they'll never pick the spot where we go to again. How we did not get kicked out of Applebee's amazes me. And this was
I'm
and this was the one that was drinking.
like I said, I'm going to amaze you. I've never been one to show that I have the ability to keep my mouth shut, but I'm going to prove to you on that one. I actually not only have the ability, but I'm going to keep my mouth shut on that one.
Yeah, hey, I will admit they're better behaved at work than they were in a social atmosphere.
Baby, shut up. Shut up. Quit baiting that, baby. Quit baiting it.
Hey, I'll put it this way: we made sure we left over $100 tip for the
it,
waitress.
now, as a disclaimer here, just so you know, I have been drinking. Just so you know.
I,
and,
I'm refilling. glass now with actually some real liquor.
Yeah, I'm on the third doctor and doctor.
Ooh, well, you're ahead of me then.
and,
I mean,
and
granted, that Southern Slammer, it was I read the cocktail mix. It was Maker's Mark, moonshine, a bourbon, and another mix. I think it was a gin with pretty much all that tasted like orange juice.
a
But you can
double
taste,
doctors.
you can taste, you can barely taste the orange juice. So,
No, I can't taste the Dr Pepper enough, so
well,
I'll
then
let
it's
you
made
figure
right.
out. Yeah, well, that's the whole pretense of the properly mixed drink. You don't taste the base. You only taste the liquor. Of course,
No, it's supposed to
so
be a few drops of the other and a shit
yeah,
ton of the liquor.
right. That's this is what I tell my significant other too, and she reminds me that I'm not
Ooh,
fit.
just like that.
Yeah, she tells me that I shouldn't be allowed in public, and I'm like, well, you took me out of the ER. She's a nurse,
Oh no.
and so then I look to my left, and I talk to my other. She's a doctor, and she's like, we're not taking you anywhere, and we're definitely not taking you home to mom and dad for Sunday dinner. And I'm like, oh, come on now, ladies. They're like, you're not fit to be taken anywhere except to bed. I didn't argue.
But I love my kids. I love Jose. Jose was probably one of the best supervisors. He taught me a lot. Now that I'm took his place, which I probably set the bar way too fucking high. Yeah, I raised my numbers so much. It's like, oh fuck, how are we gonna meet those numbers now? I did too. When you start saying to yourself, I did too good of a job, you know you got a problem.
Yep.
But
So
hey, I mean, I got my supervisor position in 60 instead of 90.
Fab,
I did something
congrats.
right. I had a great mentor and teacher. I had a couple great mentors and teachers, honestly, and I've got a great group of kids, honestly, because I mean, other than three other adults, the rest are kids. I mean, well, a couple are 18, but they're still kids. You know what I mean? They're young teenagers.
Right.
They're not old enough to drink, even though they do stuff that I don't want to know about.
So I'm gonna ask the dumb question. What's the topic of the night?
Oh, you know me. I love my labels. I love my words.
Oh, so let's just rip the fucking uh top off this bitch and go right after Minnesota because well, that's my backyard. That's right in my backyard, you know.
How did you know?
Well, that's about the only time that
I mean,
my coax
you want to
gets
know something
rang.
funny? You want to know what something's fucking funny?
Huh?
Would you know up until I like an hour ago when I got home, I knew nothing about what happened just today. I guess it was today.
Yeah.
That's how
You
tuned out I've been.
well, it's I'm gonna let you in on a little
Then
secret
I was
here.
like, I was like, I was like, great, this is what we need.
It's
I was trying to stay off current events,
it's
but it's
I'll
impossible.
let you in on a little you know this is really going to surprise you. You know, I knew about the first one. I knew about that, and I got all up on that one right quick, like and in a hurry because of its proximity to the Floyd case, because of its GPS proximities. Um,
Nope.
I got up close and personal with that one right now because I actually do know the Twin Cities pretty good. And then this one happened, and I've been keeping up on some of these other ones. I had a friend of mine tell me that they threw a couple of flashbangs into the house right in front of a 6 year old this week. And I'm like, have they lost their collective mind? Um, a house that is listed as a daycare. It's listed on the Federal Registry. It's a daycare. You're going to throw a flashbang into a building that is clearly marked daycare?
Oh, you must
What?
be retired.
It's hmm?
You must be retired
Well,
or semi-retired.
I'll plead the fifth on that. Um,
Yeah, okay, you're not. Yeah, I know how that goes. You're never actually retired.
and I saw that and I was like, are you ever loving fucking uh retarded to throw flashbangs into a daycare that is known to all that that is a daycare. That's not a building posing as a daycare. That is a daycare. And you're going to do that? What is your major malfunction in life, my man? You know,
Well, it goes to the topic: words and the
it,
abuse of them.
right. I am just like, you know, when I know when I was in places other than America, we're going to say that, that that was a common ploy that they would leave toys and small kids' bikes and stuff like that outside, thinking that
Yep.
we wouldn't hit that. You know, been there, done that. It's not my first rodeo. You know, this place was a known register because some of the federal employees dropped their kids off there. This was a known, recognized facility through two flashbangs and injured 14 children.
Oh yeah,
These weren't just,
that age.
they weren't just like regular, just poof. These were beehive flashbangs.
Ooh.
I'm sorry, but those are anti-personnel
Mm,
and
those
typically
are
not
NATO.
used. Yeah, those are
Those are NATO
NATO.
issues. They're not even supposed to be you. And we've had this argument before about that, the use of certain flashbangs and certain ordinances that
Those are not
it's
supposed to be
illegal.
used
Yeah, that's illegal to
inside.
be used. It's
Yeah.
illegal in especially the United States. They're illegal to be used
Um.
on the population.
No, they can be used, but they cannot be used inside a dwelling. They must only be used outside
Outside.
for crowd control use only, not inside a building. This was just discovered heavily at the United Nations building, uh, very heavily, because there were other instances that law enforcement entities were acquiring these and were deploying them uh, at various uh, targets that they should not have been getting them. And all along, what country do you think they were acquiring these beehives from?
Beehives of probably Israel.
Exactly. Bing, 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 bing. Winner, winner. You got the chicken dinner. What country are we in bed with right now?
Oh, we're always in bed with Israel.
Exactly. Why do we need to cut ties with that country? Because of shit like this.
Oh, that I could go on and on why we need to cut
We
ties
could
with
be
that
here all.
country.
We could be here for 2 weeks, just discussing why we need to cut ties with Israel, or why we should not get into bed with Greenland. You know, I could, we could be here all fucking year as to who we
Well,
should not be bedfellows with.
I mean, we shouldn't be in bed with nobody right now when we got our own problems. We need
Exactly.
to be fixing our own problems in our own backyard.
We,
That's the part that
I,
pisses me off.
I mean, why? I've been keeping my mouth quiet about a lot of things,
Oh, I have to.
but why is it, and how is it that a country who's doesn't even have the ability to stand on their own uh, thinks, and yes, I'm talking about the United States. Why the fuck is it that uh, Professor Bumblefuck thinks that he's going to be the surrogate leader of Venezuela? He can't even run this country except into the fucking ground. How the hell is he going to lead Venezuela and Greenland? And he's already told Canada, behave or you're next. I mean,
Well, I mean, if we're going to be talking that kind of rhetoric, the ones we need to be sending that message to is Mexico.
Mexico the and on top of that, maybe we should be a little bit stricter and maybe a little bit more in your face with Russia and China. But oh
Well,
no,
China.
we'll never. Uh, he'll never get tough with his butt buddy. Get a break. He will never do that because then he wouldn't have. He'd have to quit playing drop the soap.
I didn't go there, just so everybody knows. That wasn't
I
me.
no I hey, I'll be the first one to say, he'd been playing drop the soap with Putin for quite a while. He'd been playing drop the soap with dude from Ukraine too. So it's just a matter of time before And what about Fat Man Funny Haircut? Everybody forgets about that little fucker.
I mean, the little fat man. The little fat man's been smart. He's been fucking keep his fucking mouth shut.
Yeah,
He's
because you
the
don't want to get
smartest.
punched in the cocksucker.
He's been the smartest one out of everybody.
Exactly. Because he don't want to get his shit packed. This one went off the rails right quick like.
All right. Oh, well, I expected it to. I knew it was going to. You think I'm going to stay on topic on our ramblings of the chaotic mind? Yeah, right.
But the reality is that we have put ourselves into such a state that of not bliss, but a state of ignorance as a collective in this country, that we've allowed our leaders to continue to do this. We've allowed our Congress. We've allowed our congressmen and our senators to empower that orange buffoon to continue to get away with this shit. Otherwise, the House and the Senate would have simply said, Trump, we're going to impeach you again, and this time you're going to go to prison for the rest of your days. You're not going to walk away from this. But no, they won't. They will not stand up to him. Why are they afraid of him? What are they afraid of? The Ming Dynasty or something? The Golden Dawn? What are they afraid of with him?
Yeah. Yeah. You said it. I didn't. I pinned into it previous because there is one of his books out there that if you find it and you read the where you give your dedication still, he does
Scottish
give his
Rite.
dedication. No, not to the Scottish Rite, to his mentor, and I believe at the time that would have been Israel Regardi, who was the head of the Golden Dawn.
Yeah.
Yes, Trump mentored and taught through the systems of the Golden Dawn. That's actually public knowledge for anybody can find the damn book that I
Yeah.
can't find no more.
Yeah. That the Golden Dawn. That book has mysteriously vanished in all languages. Wonder why?
Oh, I got my copy.
It's but I mean there's several uh different reasons, and then you have a lot of your lovely people from the Bohemian Grove Society as well. Hell, we can't leave those people out too.
No, I mean, honestly, everything we're talking about goes right down to the fucking broken systems that I
Oh
just
yeah,
covered
it's the caste
a week
system.
ago. Yeah,
Yeah, it's the
it's the
caste
caste
system.
system. You know, which I restarted that series because I've got a lot of shit to say this time around, and I'm not gonna hold back, especially when it comes to the medical. But I was gonna do this weekend, and I'm like, no. I seen this
How
shit, and I seen, you know what? How did we get here? That's always my question. How did we get here? Well, it's simple.
how?
Well, well it's simple. The pen is mightier than the sword. Means the pen is the word. Words are mightier than the sword will ever be. And us as they now label us as influencers. I don't influence shit, honestly, but I am an influencer. I'm a supervisor. I have people under me.
Well, when
I
it
have
comes
young
right down
kids
to it,
under me.
when it comes down to it, yes, we are an influencer. Um, but if we really want to look at it, everybody, if you really want to
But I'm
look,
not an
take it,
influencer.
well, in
I'm a
the sense,
teacher. I'm a philosopher.
yes, we are a fucking
There's
teacher. Exactly.
there's a
And,
difference. There is a
and
difference. And
therefore,
that's the label.
right, we are the teacher. And therefore, we instruct, but a lot of times we end up inspiring and influencing those who come after us. That's why they tend to call us influencers. But I would much rather, if you're going to fucking label me something, label me one who inspires, not
Yes.
one who instructs or one who is the uh, one who likes to instigate. Because I'm not an instigator, believe it or not. I'm not an instigator.
Oh,
Uh, you
I mean,
know,
yeah, I can be.
oh yeah, we
I'm
all
more of a
can.
I'm more of a seed planter than anything.
Right, right. I'm not an influencer, but I love to be that planter of inspiration. Because
And
inspiration,
don't get me wrong, the sadist in me enjoys being the devil's advocate.
right?
I mean, let's keep it real. Every podcast I do, somewhere throughout the podcast, the very first thing, one of the few things I tell you, question everything. This is my opinion, not yours. You should question everything I say. But don't stop with me. It's the problem. I'm Yes, I am on a public platform. I reach thousands of people, and I actually do reach thousands of people, unbeknownst to what my numbers say, because I reach many different platforms. Well, I'm still on a shit ton of platforms. I haven't broke that bad habit yet.
Yeah, one year you'll figure that out. That hey, sometimes keeping it small, keeping it close to the vest is best. But
But but I have. You think about it. I've grew Sons and Daughters of Liberty organically.
yeah,
I don't tell people to share. I don't tell people to like. In
no,
fact, I tell
it's
you, fuck, if I triggered you, please hit that dislike button.
fuck
That
yeah,
gets me off.
hell yeah.
That means I did
It
my job.
it's I.
But these are my opinions, and but I'm smart enough to realize my words have consequences. The things I say have consequences. I can't. How can a fucking president, and this I fucking wholly hold fucking Trump responsible for because he knew what the fuck he was doing when he said it. When he said, "Oh, she ran him over." No, she did not run him fucking over. She bumped him. But let's put all the arguments to the side. You being part of law enforcement, you know the law in every state, including federal, if you even accidentally bump an officer, that can be considered assault by
It's
the
the
letter of the law.
vehicle. Exactly. If your vehicle wind touches an officer, you're done. That's attempted.
If your jack if your jacket touches an
Yep.
officer, you're done.
Yes.
If the
Yep.
officer wants to be a dick.
Yep. It's considered attempted murder. Been there, done that. Would rather not. That's a reason why my status is other. What
I mean,
we're going to call it other. It's not retired.
but it's politics.
Yeah, it is, and that's what
It's politics. The
people.
only difference of it is the left, the right, playing politics, trying to pit you, the listeners, against each other.
And this is what
Because
people
if
don't.
they're divided and if we're arguing amongst ourselves, and don't get me wrong, oh, everybody's guilty, all sides. Because I'm aware of my audience. I am aware that I do have a 1% crowd of zealots that will fucking hang on every fucking word I say like I'm a fucking god and go do something stupid.
Yep,
So I have
I have.
to be careful with what I say. Where most people, they just say what they want, like they don't have a filter, like, well, I got freedom of speech. Yes, you do have freedom of speech, but you have freedom of speech only as long as it doesn't co- result in a crime.
I just got had this uh, debate with uh, a, a younger individual. He thought that it was completely and totally okay. Now we've already determined that I'm what I am, uh, and this individual thought that it was smart to start dropping the f bomb in my face. Now, bear in mind, I'm a double fifth degree black belt. You should probably not ever throw those kind of words in at somebody like that in their face and nearly spitting in their face. Just saying. And when I cautioned the young man, I simply told him, "You're treading," and he's like, "I can say it because it's freedom of speech," and I just and you have just overstepped that by a bunch. I says, "Are you aware what the connotation of the word fuck actually is?"
No, they don't.
And I said, "Because you clearly don't." I says, "The word in and of itself is an assaultive word, and the connotations that you're using it is absolutely threatening. And if
That's
you
the tone.
continue this, I'm going to absolutely have fun with handing you your ass, and I'm going to
Well,
enjoy it." And
let's,
he's like,
let's,
"You can't do that. That would be violating my rights." And I'm like,
nope.
"Your rights? You mean your feels? Because
Yep.
you no longer have rights anymore. You've terminated that. The moment that you ran up on me and started cussing and swearing at me and saying a whole bunch of not so nice things, you've terminated your rights." And they're like, "No, yeah, you have." And I don't feel as though it's in your best interest for me to Mirandize you at this point, because maybe I forgot. It's funny how people, as soon as you tell them that, how quickly they backpedal. That they've just crossed over that line of oh shit, and there's no coming back from this kind of thing.
But you know, see, that's oh my God, today's day and age. I mean, look, these people wouldn't have survived in the '90s. Honestly, they wouldn't. But I blame my generation, Gen X. We dropped the ball. We're enjoying life so much, having so
We're
much
partying
fun.
our ass off.
I mean, we dropped the ball.
We dropped something.
But yeah, we dropped a lot of shit.
A lot of acid, a lot of
And okay,
other questionable things.
yeah, a lot of questionable things. But the point is, there is a point where there are people out there that's going to use any situation to advance their agenda.
Yep,
Unfortunately, it's not our agenda. Now, when I say our, I firmly believe we the people.
yep.
I don't care what your political labels are. It's we the people. You are, we are above the fucking people that try to rule us. They've got things backwards, and we will let them get it backwards. They no longer fear us, they control us. They control us through words, through manipulation, through labels. The whole ICE thing all last year, for the most part, went smoothly. Why all of a sudden? Well, why all of a sudden? Well, let's talk about all the civil war that was being talked about last year. Well, first off, let me tell you, there will be no, there's nothing civil about war, and there won't be a civil war. It'll be a revolutionary war. For those
Yeah,
that
don't I know that?
for those that don't understand that, you need to go re-educate yourself, because you guys are the minority. You're the fringe that believe in the civil war aspect.
There'll never be. There never was a quote unquote civil.
Civil war, and yes, it'd be
Show me what a
much like
fucking
the
civil
Civil War.
war is.
I haven't seen a civil war yet in my lifetime.
That guy. Yeah, yeah. Let's get our friend Sword Point. Uh,
I've been wanting to get
we
him
could have
on
all
again,
kinds of fun conversating about that.
or fucking
We could have
Mr.
all
A.
kinds of fun conversation about. You know, I actually just talked to him today. Ironically enough, another amazing vet.
Yep.
Uh, you know, people don't know how good they got it. Honestly, and yes, periodically I like to get on my soapbox and puff out my chest a little bit, uh, because I am proud of my scars and stripes. I'm proud of every minute that I've spent out of this country for those who were too much of a chicken shit to step up. You know, I threw away a 20-year career in the only field that I ever loved, to go serve. How many people would throw away the only career they loved to go have people shoot at you?
I mean, back in
How
those
many
days, we
sane
had
people would do that?
back in those days tons. We had professional baseball players, football players leaving. I mean, we're talking about Joe DiMaggio going to the military to serve instead of sit back
What
and enjoy millions that hundreds of thousands
Pat
during that time.
Pat Tillman was
Yep.
another uh, Now he was a future Hall of Famer, even at the
Yep.
point that and he was very early in his career, and he went to become an Army Ranger, and I ain't anywhere near the caliber of a person that he was.
Yeah,
I
but
couldn't even begin.
this day and age, how many fucking athletes, actors, sports, or influencers would you ever see do that?
Shit.
Maybe half a percent.
Maybe an eighth, and that's being legitimate. It may be an eighth. I
But
hate
no,
to be cynical
we rather jump
about it.
on the khakis bandwagons who never showed up to a protest, who went to another country and bashed the United States,
Yeah, there's a bunch of
and
them
how
that.
evil we are. That would, we've come through a whole lot, and it's all because of influencers, because people that have power use their words to manipulate people to sell a fucking agenda, whether it be for the left or right, to another sole purpose. And I tell you right now, although Hollywood's nothing but fucking prostitutes and whores, actually
Yep.
worse than the real prostitutes, because at least the prostitutes trying to make a living. Hollywood actors, all they're trying to do is, oh yeah, well, I, you can sell my words and voice for that. I'll do that for you. Just give me 1 million. I don't believe it, but I'm going to say it because you're giving me $1 million. And
Yeah.
they forget the responsibility they have as being supposedly being, when we're growing up, these people are supposed to be role models, influencers, mentors. They
You know,
ain't none of that. Pat Tillman was an influence. He was a mentor.
he was a
Joe
role model.
DiMaggio, Joe
Yep.
DiMaggio was a role model. John Wayne, Ronald Reagan.
Yep.
They were role models, whether you agreed with their politics or not.
It was. I remember back in the day when your athletes were supposed to be somebody you were supposed to look up to. In fact, I actually remember back when old OJ himself he was an actual somebody that to be proud of, that you could wear his uh, jersey with pride. Fuck, you wear
Yeah,
his
but
jersey or any likeness thereof him today, you're gonna get shot.
no, I mean,
That's a given. But he that was back in the day when athletes were held to a higher standard of living.
exactly.
What happened to that higher standard of living? Where did that go? You know,
Oh fuck.
that's
I
not
mean,
gone
now
that
there's no
far.
such thing. I mean, shit. I mean, I grew up with the Detroit Pistons, the bad boys. Well, look how many of
Yeah,
them fucking caught up in fucking racketeering, fucking fixing games. It's like, dude, you took the fucking bad boys fucking rep to a whole new level. You took it on some Bob level. Shit.
yeah,
And look, but what happens? I mean, I go back. I'm a firm believer in history. We are approaching 250th fucking birthday as a fucking country,
yeah,
and
yeah. Divine numerics.
we are repeating exactly what what took place during the fall of Rome, where we are
And
allowing these
divine
fucking
numerics
people.
are fixing to uh, rattle again.
Yep, you know.
And, and nobody believes you when you say divine numerics. They look at you like you're smoking something. They
I mean,
don't
the
believe
United
in.
States nobody ever believed the United States would ever reach us their first 100 years, let alone
Right.
a 250. It was an experiment. to most countries, and they
It
let it
still
happen.
is.
Still is. And their experiments running according to plan because we're allowing those that think they're our betters to run this country to the ground. The day
Mm.
they tell you when you can't be in a congressman because you don't have this much money in your bank account, the day they tell you, well, we're not going to, the DNC or the RNC aren't going to back you as a candidate because we don't like what you're saying, is a problem because our founding
Well,
mothers
that
had it designed so any citizen of this country could become, and I'm talking about that fucking beggar on the fucking street that you ignore, could, if he had a mouthpiece, he could become the president of the United States. He can be a senator. He can be a statesman.
well, take
Now
that.
you gotta have so many millions in your bank before you can even become a senator.
Take yeah, perfect case in point. Minnesota governor has terminated his run for reelection.
Well, yeah, because the people of Minnesota's not going to reelect him, not after what the chaos that's going on now.
It
Regardless
wasn't
of what you
that.
thought,
It wasn't that that's done him in.
well, it was the
Actually,
corruption with the corruption with the Somalians that did him in.
um, actually no. Medicare fraud
Mm.
is what's done him in.
Well, I
All the
mean, when we
all
talk
the
about
fraud.
Minnesota, it's been one fraud. It's been one fraud after another.
Yeah, yeah. Minnesota is so well known for their fraud, but it's the Medicare fraud that has opened Pandora's box up there. And now this ICE thing, that's brought too many eyes into the state now.
Yep. Well,
And
and it started in
everybody,
Minnesota, but now it's escalated from it's here. It was found out here in Ohio. But okay, I'm not going to blame Waltz for the Somali problem because that was Obama's doing.
yep,
Obama's shipped all these Somalians to Ohio, Minnesota, doing gerrymandering to rig elections because they moved all these people in a central area that was Republican and changed the demographic to get Democrat by moving all these people in that would vote for Democrats. And
yep,
don't get me wrong, both sides do it. They're both guilty.
yep.
And that's what I'm trying to point out to you guys. There is no such thing as a fucking righteous Republican or a righteous Democrat. They're both fucking snake oil salesmen that will steal words to buy your vote. And the worst part is they don't care about your vote. The corporations paying the DNC and the RNC millions and billions of dollars every campaign season to buy their vote to get what they want. Now, who's got the fucking hand up their ass being a puppet? It's the politician to
Right.
the corporation. It ain't the fucking politicians to we the people. They're to we the corporation because the corporations pay our bills. They give us money. We own shares in those corporations. So that if that corporation does good, such as the pharmaceutical corporations, we make millions on a
And what is the
salary
United
that
States
don't.
government? A
It's a fraud.
corporation.
Yep. It's become a corporation. It is not a representation anymore. We've gotten away from taxation without representation because Eisenhower created the Federal Reserve. Up until that point, we did not fucking pay taxes.
That's so crazy to think
Once that took
that's
place,
not been that long.
now they have once that took place, they realized how much control and less fear. Then Roosevelt came around, or was before, who banned gold. Us, the citizens, being able to own, possess gold till the 70s before that got turned around. To where all the gold was being confiscated from we, the citizens. See, we fail to study our history. We allow corrupt teachers to teach Common Core that's dictated by from the politicians. This is what you need to teach, and you need to omit these things because that's not what America is today. Fuck what America is today. America is all about what it was founded on, and that is
and
we the people for the people, not
these
we the
young kids.
politicians for the corporation who don't give a fuck about their slaves. And we are their slaves right now.
And what's so sad, you know, you kicked in Pandora's box there. You know, so many people, you know, they always, you know, getting around Martin Luther King Day, they always like, why do we always got to keep celebrating that every year? He's dead. And I'm like, yeah, don't I know it? But and
I
they
still got to
don't
work
seem,
on Martin Luther King Day.
yeah, I don't know how many of those I worked, you know.
Oh,
I quit
wait, that's
counting.
because I'm not part of the federal government. Only the federal government employees get those holidays off,
I worked every
not
single
we the
one of them.
people, not the blue collar class, not the white collar class. No, the federal government class. Well, it also depends like what your status are, where you work in the CIA, FBI. They don't get that shit off. DEA, they don't get that off. The military, they don't get that day off. But all the politicians get that day off.
Yep.
Oh, we're talking about shutdown again. Good. Shut the fucker down because you guys ain't doing shit. But guess what? They're still getting paid.
You know what? I'm going to say it. Um, it's very unpopular what I'm about to say, but I'm going to fucking say it
And
anyway.
I dare somebody to tell me say, oh, they're not getting paid. They're not in recess. They're getting paid for their fucking shareholders and stocks for the corporations that bought them out.
You know, it's pretty fucking pathetic. Um, and I've made reference to this a couple of times.
God, I hope none
Uh,
of my kids are watching this.
um, you know, I spent nearly half my life deployed, and now at over 50, I sit back and I count the number of times I've had a a politician, whether it be a congressman or a senator or a representative or a president, say, "Oh, we're going to get you guys VA benefits this year." I wished I had a nickel, just a nickel. Don't even have to be a quarter, a
Fuck,
nickel.
a penny, you'd be rich.
Well, Penny's been retired, so
Oh yeah. Well, they're
um,
trying to do away with all change anyway. So
yeah. So I mean, but it's but when you stop and think about it, you know, even a plug nickel, you know, if for every time I've heard a politician say, "Oh, we're going to get you full benefits this year," y'all deserve to have full benefits for everything that y'all did. And I'm like, right, right, you know, um, how many more years do I have to hear that lie? Um, and I had that. I was in Rochester at St. Mary's
I,
this week,
I've got a simple answer for this one.
and just give you an idea. You know, there's usually there's a disconnect between what I did and Vietnam vets. There's usually a huge disconnect. And I was talking with a a very uh, very astute soldier. He was a tunnel rat in Vietnam,
Yep,
and
the worst you
he
ever have.
and he asked me what my MOS was, and I told him, and he was like, "And what's your service connected?" I said, "Zip zilch zero." He's like, "How many years?" I said, 21. He's like, "That's insane. That's criminal." He's like, "Whether you were conventional or otherwise, that's criminal." I'm like, "Tell that to the man at 1600. Tell that to your congressmen, your senators, your representatives. Tell them because
Well,
it,
most of them don't care because they were drafty dodges. They were politicians' sons who fucking fled Canada or were hidden,
yeah,
protected by their.
exactly. Now, and this is the most hardcore tunnel rats, the ones that hated company people the most.
Yeah, would you blame them?
And he was, I seen that he had a nom hat, and I was like, "Thank you, sir." And I had one of my work hats on, and he commented on it right away. And he asked if I was, and I said, "Yeah." And he was like, "Y'all get the most hated jobs ever." And I'm like, "Yeah, no, what it is we get no respect. That's what it is. We get no respect." And for a lot of years, I was okay with that. I was okay with the no respect and the no um, dignity about what it was that we did because my MOS was it's a very dark MOS to have, you know. And there's no anytime you're in a war zone, it's all dark. There's never anything uh happy or white about it. You know that, and I'm sure your listeners know that too. You know, but I wasn't a nurse. I can assure you of that. And so to go back and think about all that is, and it's really been bothering me the last 6 months or so to see how many people continuously get lost in the sauce and they want to continuously, oh, let's go jump into Greenland, or let's go jump into Venezuela. Let's jump into South America or Central America, folks. Let's not. Um, you
I
if
mean,
you've never
but
been
the
there,
but how many people know the history of for me, I can talk more about South America than I can Venezuela or fucking Greenland. But how long we've been embedded in Colombia, in Argentina, in
I
Brazil?
spent I spent 6 months in Argentina.
I know for a fact in the late '80s, early '90s, fucking there was well, where my mom's from. My mom's parents owned a house. The next house was the Craiglows, which were the missionaries. Then the next house, well, I couldn't tell you what they were, but they were American. I don't know if they
Yeah.
were military or CIA, but they wore military garbs, spoke perfect English. What the fuck was they doing there in the middle of
Hmm.
Brazil and
Well,
that's nowhere
I can
near a fucking city? I mean, really. I mean,
I
Brazil
could
to
tell
Spain
you
is in the middle of the fucking jungle, nowhere.
there's so many places around the world that the U.S.
But
has.
hey, that was the first time I got to smoke pot
That's not a surprise there,
at
because
8 years
we,
old.
yeah, not a surprise, um, not a surprise at all, because we used to actually carry it. That's how we would get people to come help us with intel was with weed. I know, dirty fucking trick. But it
Mm.
was, but that's uh, we had to use what we had to use. We have places in almost every country around the world. How do you think it is that I've been in as many countries as I've been in?
Oh yeah.
You know, I mean, it's to for one to if one stops and thinks, we actually have military bases in almost every country in the world. If
Yep.
a person really stops and thinks about it, we have military assets in literally every country in the world. And you have to ask yourself, why? Why do we have military assets still in and around Normandy? It isn't for historical reasons, that's for damn sure. Although that's in part why we still have assets there. Um,
I can actually tell you to this day that one house is still owned by Americans and not no Brazilian,
yeah,
and it's
and
not by it's military or
yeah,
CIA or FBI. I don't know because I was too young to actually understand. Oh, it's American. Cool. I can talk English and he understands me, and I understand him. Ooh, what's in that
I,
weird looking mug? It's green and it's got a pipe on it. Ooh, that tastes good. Yeah,
I,
because my
I,
parents they only knew.
I I would love to have that discussion with you, but not over the air.
Well, yeah,
Uh,
exactly.
I mean, there
I
are
mean,
so many places.
but how much has our government used missionaries to do their dirty work,
Um,
to be
I will.
spies and influencers?
I'm going to defer that question.
I'm I'm not gonna say
I'm going to
since I
defer that
accidentally
question.
name dropped since I
That's how I'm
accidentally
going to
name
answer
dropped.
that. I'm going to defer
I'm not
that
gonna say
question.
they were, but it's kind of funny that two Americans living next to each other. Well, three counting my dad. Well, but that wasn't an American house, but it was also got turned over to allowing the governor to live there. Yeah, yeah. I know a lot about politics and just not American politics.
Right.
I'd rather deal with American politics than Brazilian politics because Brazilian politics will get you killed. That
Well,
was
no,
my
like
my
American
first
politics won't.
no, no, my first introduction to politics was watching somebody that my family supported get shot and killed because the other politics of that didn't want him elected, and he was going to win by a landslide because he was about the people. He wasn't a socialist. So yes, I know what it's like to live in a socialist country.
It's sad to when you sit back and you think about it. All these years back, um, what what did these what kind of a mark did these people leave? It is it possible or probable that these same people that you watch get lit up could what could they have to offer today? Where
Right.
could we have gotten today? If they
Well,
had
hell,
had a chance to bring to bear what they were trying to do. We never get that opportunity to sit and think about the the possibilities because we're always too caught up in the the situation of everybody else's chaos and nightmare, rather than, what's the possibility that maybe, just maybe, we can have a better way of doing things rather than a a way of chaos.
Right. But me and you grew up in the 80s and 90s. We know. We seen all the political strategies play out that created what we're at today. We watched this all take place. We got away from the 50s fucking housewife type shit to where, okay, now the school's going to take, the state's going to take more control of your kids. We're going to start increasing prices so both parents got to work so you have less time to spend with your kids. We're going to take a step from the Nazis' playbook and fully indoctrinate your kids in the school systems and college systems. We're going to dictate who's going to be a professional baseball player, football player, who can achieve these things. And if you check the fucking genealogy of most of these people, they were from related to goes back to the caste system, people of Providence.
Yep.
Very few people worked their way out of the fucking inner cities. I remember growing up, going to school with a fucking shotgun on the fucking rack, a rifle on the rack in my truck. Nobody said boo. Nobody ever got shot. The only time you heard of a fucking school shooting was in the inner city.
Yeah. I was.
Now I drive by a school. What's the first thing I see? A police car, because they got to keep a police officer inside the building. I went to.
Yeah,
I bet I want to be careful with
yeah,
this,
it was
but
funny.
I went to a community college Thursday for some courses that's been offered to me from work. What's the very first fucking thing I see when I pull in? A cop car. What's the very first thing when I walk in the atrium? The fucking police station built into the college. That shit
Yep.
wasn't there when I went to college. They didn't have no police
Yeah.
officer, no armed guard, no metal detectors.
Yeah.
But that's what they wanted to do. And they used it as the excuse this shit's happening in the inner city, which they created. They created it through not giving the proper funding to the inner city schools, not the proper material, not the proper vocational studies to educate people so they could go and advance and get out of that position. No, we want to keep them in the position. Then we're going to trick you. Well, you can achieve this through sports, not academics. But yet, look how many of those people that come out of those college or coming out of those schools would actually go to a good college because they didn't make the grades. No scout looked at them, and the few did couldn't afford the tuition because their parents paid too much money, and they didn't get a
Well,
Fulbright scholarship. And the ones that did, so now you're down to a percent. So there's the illusion there because you couldn't go and take an academic sports, and they tricked them there because they wanted people not to get educated. They wanted them to rely on sports. Next thing you know, all these people that tried to go to pro wash up in the minor leagues or don't even make it to the minor leagues, and they're working at some bum ass factory with no education or no vocation to better themselves. Or they're out in the street slinging dope because they make more money than they can make at the factory.
yep.
It was a rigged system from the start. It was created and designed to have that desired effect. The next thing you know, privatized prisons come in, take the prisons away from the state, make it private. Now it's a multi-billion-dollar corporation, and you're a revolving number. They want to keep sending you back because every time they send you back, they make money. They stripped all the vocation, all the education out of the prison system. So the only thing you can do is either finally hit rock bottom and realize I got to change or become a better criminal, which in turn brings you right back through the system, paying all these rich elite bastards off who strip everything from you to get a chance to learn something, learn a vocation, learn a trade, get a GED. so you can have a better job when you got out. They used to in the 90s and 80s. They used to give it corporations and companies incentives to hire felons.
That went by, but that went by the way the dodo bird.
Mhm. Then they realized, well, wait, if we quit paying these corporations and these private people a kickback for taking felons, and we tell them not to take felons because we're not going to give you no reward. If you're a felon and you're a non-felon, I'm going to take the non-felon over the felon. Why? Because we're a judgmental society. Because we were told that. We were told this person, regardless of what he did, is bad because he was in prison or in jail. So you're going to take the one that's not in jail over the one that was in jail. So
Yep.
therefore, the person that's trying to do something, you're now putting back out in the streets. He has no alternative than to go do something illegal to support himself or his family, and therefore he gets caught and goes back through the system again.
It's unfortunately that's the
Oh, don't worry.
oh,
I'm also gonna do a fucking broken system on the judicial system because that is a
that
multi-billion-dollar corporation in itself.
it's that's a system that um absolutely has its own issues, and unfortunately, um,
There's no such thing as rehabilitation correction center. They don't the only thing they rehabilitate you it to is to become a better criminal.
yeah, yeah, that's about it. That is literally about it.
And people wonder why I fucking am so sick of everything because I'm sick of it. Because they teach you guys out there to hate that person, to judge that person, instead of give that person a chance.
Yeah,
If you give
that
that
they
person a chance, guess what? He's making a if he's making a fair wage and able to support himself and his family, guess what? Of course, right now nobody can support their families because the fucking prices have never come down. That's the other thing. My issue with Trump is he's lied about that. I'm still saying spending the same fuck. Each week I'm spending more for less. Fuck, I got a
yeah
fucking raise, and I still am not. I'm still living from check to check. How the fuck do I get a fucking raise? Go to like almost $22 an hour, and I'm living check to check. I tell you what,
yeah
if this was
it,
the
it
90s and I was making $22 an hour, I'd be rich. Literally. I wouldn't be middle class. I'd be rich
I remember
because the
those
fucking
days.
10 items wouldn't cost me $200 at Walmart or fucking $283 at Applebee's for a fucking meal. Well, granted, there was like seven of us, and probably $70 that fucking was my bill with the alcohol beverages.
Yeah, you got to have a little once in a while, though. You know that, and but see that's part of the problem, though. You know, we have this system that
Fuck, in the
it
90s,
does
that would have
not
been like
reward.
$50, if that.
The 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 problem is, though, we have a system that it does not reward for any kind of good. It's always that if we want to do anything like have a beverage, we've got to be. It's got to be demonized, you know. Um,
I I
you know,
remember when a fucking 1 liter was like fucking 89 cents. Now it's fucking almost $5
yeah,
for
I
what?
remember I was talking with
Give me
somebody.
a fucking break.
the other day,
And that's a
and
pop, guys, not a fucking beer. But I can tell you what, I could buy beer at fucking a dollar or less too. Not now, fucking. Oh my god,
right.
because now the state wants to double
I mean,
tax
it
it.
state wants to tax anything it fucking can. That's
Yeah.
just being real.
Well, that's the
Um,
fucked up part.
but
I'm not only am I fucking paying taxes from my check, I'm paying taxes when I go buy something. So I'm actually paying taxes twice. Or if I buy a pack of cigarettes, heaven forbid, I'm paying three times because if you look at the fucking bottom of the fucking every single fucking pack, there's a little fucking stamp on them where the tax has been paid.
yep,
They can't
and
legally
then
put
you're
tax on a pack of cigarettes, but they do because the state says they
and
can.
then they tax
The
you at the
company's
register
already paid
besides.
the tax.
Yep,
Yep.
and then tax you again. You know,
So now, I mean, yes, they need to abolish the feds. The Fed should never exist because what's I mean the whole I mean not that wasn't the whole reason. It was just the excuse to set it off. Sons of daughter or the Sons of Liberty and their genius minds. Okay, we're just gonna dress up as some Indians. We're gonna throw this fucking tea over the ship. It's gonna eventually get called the Boston Tea Party. But anybody knows the history. It started long before that. That was
yeah,
just saying, but that was the word. Taxation without representation. What we're dealing with in this day's age is complete everything without representation because we don't have no representative. Every single politician, left and right, they fucking will sit there, spill you a bunch of fucking words like snake oil salesmen, and lie to you to get your vote. You buy into it, or you got that mentality. Oh, I'm fucking Democrat. I can't vote Republican. Oh, I'm a Republican. I can't vote Democrat. I got to vote right. I got to vote left. Fuck all those goddamn labels. No, actions speak louder than words. Vote for the people that actually what they say is backed by their actions, not by their fucking snake oil fucking tongues, silvery tongues, who say they're going to do this and get in office and do jack shit. Well, actually, when they do jack shit, that's an actually by
that's
by the
treason technically.
Constitution. Now it's not treason; it's an ethics violation, and should there to be immediately removed. But hey, just like the cops, just like the military, just like any form of a governing body, they police themselves. So therefore, the ethics committee is nothing but members of their peers, which is fellow senators, and no senator is going to turn on their fellow senator. It's only happened once, to my recollection, in my lifetime, and they allowed him to retire with dignity,
Well, that's
even though they brought him up and found him guilty of ethics violations. And that happened in 2000, by the way.
it's not been that long.
No, but and it's actually happened. The state of Colorado. Colorado is one of the I think there's 7 states can actually recall their senators or House representatives for violation of what they believe they made campaign promises and didn't hold up. The state can actually recall their senators. That should be every state's right, every citizen's right to petition to have their senators or congressmen and women in the House removed for when they lie to their constituents. Because the bottom line is, and all jokes aside, we need to get back to we the people. We are in charge of our senators. We are in charge of our House representatives. We are in charge of our statesmen, not
I'm
the other way around.
I'm I'm there's not a lot of times that I can actually say
Oh,
that.
I get one more thing. You'll love this. And I didn't. I completely forgot about this. Talking to somebody at work, older gentleman, and a couple younger people. We were all talking. He brought up Well, it used to be where every week, every week, once a weekend, once or twice a weekend, a month, Congress would adjourn, and the individuals from each state would show up, and that would be their job for that month, for that weekend. It was never an all week thing. And most people forget there's a reason why we have a rotunda. The rotunda was put in place and created and designed for we the people to set in and make sure that the congressmen and women are doing the job of the people. That's why when they decided to put fencing up, I had an issue on January 6th when they said they have no rights to this. They have no rights being in this building. Bullshit. That is our building. That's we the people. We have every right to be. In fact, as part of our Constitution, we have the right to sit in there and make sure you're doing the job of we the people. When they say that, they committed sedition and treason against the American people.
Yep.
When they barred us from access to the from our watching what they do, there's not supposed to be any closed door sessions. Everything's supposed to be done in front of the people.
Yep.
That's how far we've gotten away. That's how far we've let this Congress and Senate get away with things. But yet they sit here and lie and manipulate you and try not to teach our kids these very God honest, simple truths from our Constitution. Our rights as citizens. Our rights as a citizen is we are above the people we elect. The people we elect are supposed to represent each and every one of us. And that means when that politician that says he's a leftist or a rightist gets elected, he's no longer a leftist or a rightist. His responsibility to is all the people, not his label.
Yeah, and unfortunately, they don't they don't think so. They try to think that they're one or the other. They don't want to
But
follow their oath very well either.
no, no, but if I point this out, I'm the bad guy. I'm the domestic terrorist, which I am. I'll let you guys figure that out on your own.
It's crazy that they have to continue to demonize people left, right, and center just because of a different um, mindset.
Right.
It's
But it goes back to history. It goes back to my favorite three fucking words: heathen, heretic, pagan, which I'm very proud to be all three. Common folk, free thinker. The most dangerous thing to any form of organization is a free thinker because they will question everything. You cannot question the church. You cannot question the government. You cannot question the president. Bullshit. That is my due diligence to question everything the president does, everything that Congress does. There's no such thing as a fair election because it's my due diligence to question that. Fuck you, YouTube.
yeah. There's
Since I
everyone.
am live,
They don't like
that's actually
uh,
my constitutional right. So now I finally got something to go after you with next time you remove one of my goddamn videos.
yeah. They don't like when you lay it out on the line for them. They don't like it. Nobody, none of them
Oh,
assholes like it.
oh, oh, wait, I'm wrong. I can't go after them because they're a private corporation.
They think that they have us 100% over the barrel when in reality, I have I have this thing, and I got reminded of this the other day. I have a problem with four little letters. Do Do you know what the four little letters are?
Wait, are we talking about George Carlin's four little letters? You know the word that no matter how much I try not to drop, I drop constantly. Those four little letters?
You
Or
fuck
are
around,
we talking
find out.
are we talking about love? Can we all just get along?
Yeah,
Can we
well,
all love one another?
it would be
There's some good
great.
four little letters.
It'd be great. It's a wonderful concept, you know. Um,
I would actually say when hell freezes over, but
well, it
I guess
has already.
yeah, and I guess what I've been reading, come next month, it's supposed to get even worse.
It, do you have anything nice to say?
Oh no, I'm in one of those moods. I said it from the jump start. I'm in a sadistic mood. I spent fucking an hour with teenagers
Oh, for fuck's sake.
worrying about, oh my god, they're gonna get us kicked out of this restaurant. No, my teenage, I love my teenagers to death, even though they probably are very much responsible for my drinking habits on the weekend.
You want? Yep. I'll send you my kid. You can have my kid too.
Nope, I have value enough. I got a fucking waiting list. That's how bad I've got it. I've got a waiting list of people that want to work my shift. No other shift has a waiting list. They can't find people to work the other shifts.
That's frightening. Have you told these people that want to work uh,
Hell,
your shift
I've been
that
wondering if I've actually been thinking I might need a psychiatrist.
I was just going to ask, when was your last psychiatric exam?
Well, the last time I had a psychiatric exam, the psych said I needed to be sitting in his seat doing his job. So
um, okay.
apparently I did that one. Apparently I did that one too good too.
Okay. So, note to self.
That's actually a god honest truth. I actually had a shrink tell me that.
That
Then my dude's like, "What the fuck?" The object was to go use the system. I'm like,
yeah.
I just was me. He's like, quit being you. Be Smiley. He's like, Smiley don't give a fuck.
I'm I'm sitting here fishing for words, and the fish ain't biting. Fuck. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's very rare.
when I do something, I do it right. Whether it's fucking against the law or not. When I do it 100%. Actually,
You,
110.
you know, all the years um, that we've
Kill
been,
yourself, Nazis. Wow.
all the years we've been doing podcasts now, and this is somewhere like around year 5 or 6 or 7 or fuck, I can't remember.
What? I've been doing podcasts, Southern Dollars of Liberty, since the YouTube era has
That's
been around.
2007, 2007,
Yep. It was
and I
around a
think,
little bit before that on the Ning platforms.
and I think,
Actually, it
um,
was around not during MySpace, to be honest with you. But hey, we don't need to talk about MySpace.
yeah, no, we
Make
do
us feel
not.
that makes me feel
Um,
old.
um, I want to say probably,
Not
um,
dinosaur like her.
oh fuck you, 2022, I think.
Yes, Miss Moses.
Kiss my ass.
I mean,
I I'm old,
I,
but
I, I
I'm not a Methuselah.
close enough.
God, you yeah. I
I,
go to
hey,
sleep.
I'm still.
Go,
Yeah, what's that?
just just
I got one of these. I got one of these smartwatches. You know what my average sleep is for the week?
3 hours.
It says it says poor. Like if it could go any farther in the negatives, it would. I get like maybe 2, 3 hours a day, if that.
Like,
Well, fucking Thursday, I only got like one. So I had to go to
So,
fucking class for four
so
hours, then go right from class to work for 10 hours.
all right.
Then,
So,
woke up at 6 o'clock in the morning after falling asleep at about 3. Was on the road after that to go do all the grocery shopping and get all the chores done. Got home around noon. Think I could fall asleep after that? Nope. What did I do? Oh, I did a fucking 5 hour gaming podcast. Why? Oh,
yeah.
because some odd reason Rumble thought it was nice enough to offer me a creator's spot. I can't. There's no way in my work schedule, my schedule, I'll ever be able to do 30 hours of live streaming. Not even on my best day. But I'm thankful for the good looking out. I'm thankful for it, but I can't meet those prerequisites.
But it
No,
was worth a try.
yeah, they gave it to me. I took it, and we all know that's not what Sons and Daughters of Liberty is all about. Anyway, I give a fuck unless you're not gonna pay me to do these podcasts. Although it'd be a
I,
nice job to have, but no, that's not what this is about. And when I was offered, I did talk to a few people that with some that the co-founders of Sons of Daughters of Liberty to say, hey, they're offering us. It's a free speech platform. I can't. I will never make the prerequisites what they're offering, but at least I can advertise it. This is the spot to be right now, and that's
well,
saying a lot for me.
right. It's. I mean, I've had
I can get away
one.
with doing podcasts like this, and probably far worse. I've done far worse. We all know that.
I mean, I've had
Should see me
one
do a podcast
option.
sober.
I don't know if we've ever done a completely stone sober podcast ever. One of us has been shit faced or working on it. Either one of us has
oh,
been under the influence of
I
something.
don't know about that. You forget about the smoking toke show that I did at
Like I
Rob
said,
Cabana's house.
what one of us or both of us was involved in some form of state of elevation. And to get just for clarification, I took a milligram and a half of Ativan last night. Where
No
do you think
wonder
I
you're in a
got?
good mood. Can I have some?
And I blew my back out at about
No.
8 o'clock this morning. What do you think I'm
If
going to be
anybody needs
taking?
that, I need that. I'm dealing with 21 fucking teenagers every day, 10 hours a day.
Well,
Well, fuck, it was more this week. I actually talked me into fucking going out to dinner with them. No,
well,
like
this, this,
they
this
was all.
is where I tell you, talk to your psychiatrist. Tell your psychiatrist that you need some Ativan, and he will probably
No,
say,
I can't
"You're
get a mental health work
why?"
because they know I'm not mental because I deal with the kids every day.
Well, it was worth a shot.
But no, honestly, I've got a great group of kids. Actually, I got a great group of kids. Here's how great my group of kids are. They would actually listen to this podcast and agree with everything I said. That's how good a group of kids I've got. There might be one or two that would be on the fence, but they would actually question things and ask questions. And that's
And
right there.
that's what
That's what
that
matters.
yeah, that's what we need. We need the youth to stand up and say, "What the fuck?" And not
Yeah.
just just not for the sake of saying what the fuck, but actually what the actual fuck here, and then causing them to actually go down that rabbit hole.
You know,
And
I've got two that are 18 that are both going to different branches of the military. One leaves in June, one leaves in April. And now they ask questions, and I'm like, well, because one was asking questions about MOS, and I'm like, well, in this day and age, I would go for the cybersecurity.
Yeah.
That's where it's at right now. He's like, you serious? I'm like, yeah. So instead of him leaving in January like he was supposed to, he's there was no MOS available for then. So now he leaves in April, but he's going to do the cybersecurity thing because he's like after he looked into it, he goes, "You're right. That's where it's at." I'm like, "Yeah." Now the other one, he's vocational based. He's a welder. He's mechanical, so he's going in towards that area. And I'm like, "That's where
And
you
he'll
need to go in."
absolutely get sent. Oh, he will absolutely deploy out overseas where cybersecurity.
Yep.
Um, I can say this ish. Uh, I have children.
That's like one of my favorite words here of late is ish.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
I get off around 11 if I'm lucky.
ish. It's I have five
Yeah.
daughters that are Marines, so
Trying to get a date working second shift. No. As soon as your first words is, well, I get off around 11ish, sometime 12ish.
it's yeah. I have five daughters that are Marines, and they are deployed. My oldest two had already gotten out. They
Well, at
were
least they're
recalled.
smart. At least there was no Tweety birds in here.
No, no,
I mean, at least you got jarheads. That's better than Tweety birds. No offense,
they're
but
they're they they they,
sorry, been there,
they,
done that. Did that for 5 years. No more Tweety birds in my relationship category.
they, these are certified badass bitches.
Fuck yeah.
Um, they're third degree black belts are better.
Fuck yeah. I gotta turn this off
And
before I get myself in trouble. Before I get myself in trouble.
they they don't take no shit from anybody, including me. Sometimes that's not a good thing. Um, but what they have is they have a healthy respect um, for their CO and me. Uh, well, sometimes me. Do I worry about where my kids are at or their future? No, because if
No.
anybody touches my kids, if they can't put a magazine downrange faster than I can, there's a problem. If they put hands on them before I can, well, it sucks to be them because my girls are faster than I am, by far faster than me. And zero fucks are given. I will at least have a skosh of compassion for a half a heartbeat.
Oh, I'm the same way. I mean, fuck, most of us Rutledges are. We live for fucking. We're much no different than our ancestor when they told him, "You need to evacuate that fort." Fuck you! They can't take this fort. Their cannons can't penetrate the walls. We aren't evacuating shit.
Is
And for two
these
weeks, they fired those cannons against that fort, and guess what? Not a single cannonball penetrated that fort's walls, and they ran them off.
it is funny.
But hey,
There,
most
it
people don't know about my fucking background and my family tree.
was hilarious. Girls were at a club in Miramar, and a
Ooh,
couple fly boys decided that they were going to try and have their way.
cha!
Oh, silly boys
As a
with baby
dominant
toys.
alpha male, even I know better.
Silly boys. Silly little boys.
And they probably weren't even fucking fly boys. They were
Yeah,
probably
they were.
fucking drone jockeys. Oh, they weren't
No,
drone
they were.
jockeys.
They were fly boys.
Eh,
They were actual
I
fly
don't.
boys.
I don't have much of an opinion on fly boys either, but you know,
Yeah, they
thanks
got
to elevated aviation, that's kind of been our United States thing of late. Well,
they got their
fuck you.
wings clipped,
Bet they did.
and yeah,
Hey,
it was pretty
but
sad.
I also learned the opposite way around. You can't clip a Tweety bird's wings either.
Nope.
I tried that. That didn't go over well.
And how long did it take you to learn that lesson?
Not very long. Oh wait, that's why after a 5-year relationship, I'm single again. No, that wasn't that extended. That was me just saying. You did fucking what? You signed up after 20 years again? After all these fucking plans? But to her defense, fuck the Air Force for manipulating her into it, because they did. They took advantage of her grief because her daughter died. Well, she was come, her daughter as she was coming back from deployment for her leave, and they took advantage of her mental fucking health and tricked her into signing up for another 4 years.
Why do you think I stayed for 21? um,
I'm like, you
it,
fucking dirty bastard.
that
Well,
that
you can come
that
out here and live on base with me. That I'm not moving to California. That's dead.
no, they I've lived
Yeah, I put
all
my
over the
foot
place.
down, and I'm the one that got my wings clipped.
I I could have moved anywhere actually, but I like being here in the armpit of what feels like the fucking Arctic
Welcome.
in the
Oh,
upper
you don't live in.
Midwest.
Hey, well, like we tell people from the south, man, we're from the fucking land of fucking ice and fucking snow. We're the
They look at you
Vikings.
like, yeah,
They're like, well, yeah, because we're out fucking in shorts in 50-degree weather and up in the mountains. Like it ain't shit. Fuck, this is like summer to us. I'm like, yeah, go live in Ohio or Michigan and tell
I
me what
actually
this
seen
is for.
a young lady, and I mean young, about maybe
I mean,
25.
fuck. Yeah, yesterday minus 15. Fuck you.
I seen a young lady, maybe maybe 25 at best, outside in a two-piece bathing suit
Well, yeah,
in
you
this
live in the
weather.
fuck. You live up around fucking Wisconsin,
Yeah.
Minnesota, and Iowa, where they're used to fucking riding snowmobiles in their bikinis.
Well, yeah. Don't.
It's a
Isn't that
sport.
the, isn't that how you're supposed to wear ride them? It is.
Don't get me wrong. I love eye candy, but god damn.
I thought you were supposed to ride them things naked.
Well, I know a few. If they could, they would.
Well, haven't we all?
Yeah, probably. No. I ain't that drunk yet. No comment.
it, we do everything up here. Um, if it can be done with clothes, it's done better naked. And no, that's not the alcohol talking. Although I really need to have another drink because my drink is empty. That's almost
I'm
a
on my
crime.
second. I'm on my second, but that's not counting what I drank before I got home.
Yeah, it was. You want to hear a good one? You're gonna laugh.
No, no, no. The best one was one of the kids like, "Well, do you need me to drive you home?" I'm like, "Youngin, The day you need to drive me home and I got to give up my keys to you is the day that hell freezes over.
Well, it already has. So.
And if I'm going to give my keys to anybody, it's going to be Jose. He's an adult. Trust me, I can outdrink every single one of your young asses and still drive home. Jose looked at me like, he's like, well, that's obvious because you've had more to drink than anybody at this table, including me. Well, you said you were going to Fort Wayne. That's not my fault. Like, I know you said you could drink, but damn, you fucking smashed a pitcher and a half of the fucking Southern Slammers. That's not counting the fucking beer and 2 beers and fucking double shot of fucking Patron. I'm like, well, they didn't
yeah,
have you out. They don't have
I do
trophy
have
killers.
I do have a bone to pick with you though. I New Year's Eve night. Um,
I
I
had to work New Year's Eve.
oh that sucks. I
Not really.
it was involved me and a bottle of Crown straight.
Straight.
Uh-Huh.
No apple, no peach.
Oh yeah, it was the Crown Apple, but there was no mixing. It's just straight
Oh
up.
yeah. Okay. No, I get what you're saying.
Um,
Like I'm
you know,
drinking right
I,
now.
I, I do very well. I can go out anytime, anywhere, and usually I don't lose my drawers. Somewhere along the night, I appear to have lost something.
You're right.
All I'm that's been gone. The day that I put my name on those documents in Quantico was the day that I lost my mind. Just for clarification.
Yeah. I agree. Okay, I agree there. Hey,
But
now you know why I turned down the cruise ship operation job.
yeah, and
No, you're not gonna own my ass.
it I
Although,
somehow or another
I
how I'm still trying to figure out
fuck my lighter go.
that I don't know. I haven't had a cigarette in nearly 2 years, so I don't know. Um, I haven't figured out how I
I
lost
bet
my
you if you work.
drawers.
I bet you if you worked for my kids, you would.
And you know, it would be bad, but 4 nights later, it happened again. I don't know if there was tequila that was involved. I don't remember.
I gotta admit, this is the first I've actually had Patron in like 5 years.
That's
Once
like
because
a
I told you
nightly thing.
once I got that dental surgery, Patron didn't taste right, or no
Yeah.
tequila tasted right. I actually tasted good. Well, no, not really. I'm drinking fucking Crown Apple, and I can still taste the Patron in my mouth. But it
yeah,
actually I mean, for my palate, it actually tasted like, oh my god, I get it again.
yeah, I remember that. Yeah,
Hell,
that was.
I was actually able to drink a Coors Light and it tasted right. I had to quit drinking Coors Light. I had to go back to Bud Light. I miss my Coors Light. Or again, probably my taste buds were already fucked up after the Patron. Couldn't really taste the Coors Light. I tell
Could
you
you
what though,
taste anything?
that OH fucking sandwich they got at Applebee's that's dipped in cheese. That's actually fucking good. I'm still hungry. That's why I went. That's why after this is the fucked up part. go you eat Applebee's and you gotta go fucking stop at Subway to get a fucking double meat just to be full.
Gee, you think there's a problem there?
Well, yeah, that's why I don't eat at Applebee's. But hey, some kid decided we're gonna eat at Applebee's. I'm like, oh yeah, that you don't make decisions no more. Next time, pick the spot. Jose's like, yeah, next time he picks the spot.
It, it,
Right? Especially after the bill. You figure we dropped probably over almost $400 after tip. Me
God,
and Jose split the bill. I felt bad for that because we with the object was take Jose out, but me and Jose split the bill. The kids put the tip in.
I
I still walked out of money in my pocket. I don't know how I pulled that one off.
New Year's Eve night, I spent $20. Don't know how I did that. And the Saturday night gig,
Well,
I spent
I wanted to,
$5.
I wanted to spend
Otherwise,
more than that, but my company has a zero policy tolerance policy on the other thing.
it,
So I
it,
could do the other. There would definitely be no alcohol involved in my life.
it, it my boss asked me the next couple days later. He's like, "How the hell you go out drinking, you get obliterated, and you spend no money hardly at all?" He goes, "I go out and I spend my paycheck."
Sounds like somebody's got a problem.
Yeah,
They
I'm
might
like,
need to seek AA.
and he's like, "This ain't right." I says, "I don't fail to see a problem here. You know, I go out, I get carried out of the bar, sometimes in a tablecloth or less, um, and you get taken out in a fucking road cone and an empty wallet."
Nope, my wallet's never empty.
And he can't figure that
But the
out.
one, but the one thing I can never be accused of is never tipping well.
Oh,
That's what I. And that's exactly what I told the kids. The reason you probably ain't getting kicked out of here because I told the waitress beforehand that she's gonna get
oh,
tipped well.
oh, I tipped, well, New Year's Eve night. I tipped so far, I tipped right out of my damn chair. Get it?
Oh, it's been a while since I've had those. Yeah, I got it. It's been a while since I've had one of those nights.
Oh,
But then
oh,
again,
it
I
was,
haven't tried to. Again, I haven't tried to walk downstairs yet.
oh, it was so bad, but yet I still managed to get outside and get into my vehicle and drive home. I have no clue how in the fuck I drove home.
Yeah, no. I gotta draw the line there. I'm not trying to remember the '90s and somewhat 2000s. Oh, I don't
It's
remember how I got from point A to point B to point C to point D to point.
I,
What are we at now? Oh, F
I, I,
or no,
I,
that's
I,
G.
I don't know. I do not know how I managed to get home. Um,
And you know what the worst part of it is? I was always a designated driver.
yep, yep. I was the designated dummy that night too. My
But also, it wasn't a rolling joke. It was actually the fact, according to my friends. They wouldn't get in the car if I was sober.
now that's a problem.
Yeah, that's a big problem.
It is, but I hate to do this, Drew, but I have to get my ass um, laid out. My back is not letting up at all. I blew my back out at like 8 o'clock this morning.
Oh, well, I
Yeah.
mean, we've been on for almost the 2 hour mark,
Yep.
so we're
Almost.
doing good.
Yeah.
It's
Shit.
under 8 hours. we're getting better,
Yeah,
but you
usually
know,
it's just 2 to 5 hours.
but it definitely been a blast. I've had fun. I've had fun all day today, honestly.
And we'll have to do this
Yeah,
again
we're
soon.
kind of off topic, but hey, it's rambling like a chaotic mind. There is no
And
such
our
thing as a
minds,
topic.
and our minds are definitely chaotic, and they're always
Very.
rambling.
Yep. And that's the point. Yes, we fucking took shots at Trump, as we all should, when they do something wrong. Any politician. I don't care if you're fucking president or not. I don't care if you're fucking a diehard MAGA supporter. If the president does something wrong and he's MAGA, you need to call him out on it. And I'm sorry. Words have power. We are influencers no matter what. We're teachers. I'd like to say we're teachers and mentors to the next generation. We need to stop teaching the kids to be influenced by our words and to question the things we say. When they start questioning the things we say and questioning everything they're told, they become free thinkers. They start thinking for themselves. They start questioning every little bit of thing. I can watch all these videos of what happened today, and the very first thing in the first few videos I seen, which is from a biased publication, because I'm sure there's more videos out there, I didn't see a dude draw his gun. I didn't see him reach for it. But does that mean he did it? I don't know. And that's the one thing I have always said. I will, after fucking that shit we did with fucking the Arizona shit, I will never talk about anything
Oh,
that happens live or just
oh,
happened.
go. Yeah, the Arizona.
But
Oh, Arizona.
but with that said, we corrected ourselves, but we
Yep.
did investigate and we took it to a whole another level that nobody was talking about.
Yep.
And that's this very shit that's happening in our own backyards. I
And,
mean, that
and,
was a
and you
shit
know
that's
that
been
that
happening in our
that
own
that's
backyards for a
the
very long time.
that's. I live in the middle of traffic central.
Yep.
I'm on the corridor,
And I'm
and
on the other corridor because I'm not that far from fucking Canada.
well, neither am I for that matter, but
You're
um,
closer to Canada than I am, actually.
yeah, and
Actually, I think you're right inside the no constitutional border.
um,
For those that
no,
don't know what we're talking about, from the border 200 miles in the United States,
100.
100,
Yep,
the Constitution does not apply.
yep, it's 100 miles. 100 miles.
Okay, good. I'm just outside that border then. Not by much.
It's 100 miles. I'm outside of that buffer zone by a lot. But it's there was a concerted effort to extend that out to 200 miles, and then they wanted to extend that out to 300 miles. Um, but the law has always been 100 miles. Period. That's the way it has been for hundreds of years, and so it's been that way, and it's going to stay that way at least for the foreseeable future. But what the Arizona case has shown many of us that have been around is that number one, we cannot take what a biased media to begin with, or a biased law enforcement agency. Uh,
Well, that just wasn't a biased law enforcement agency. Became it trickled all the way into the influencers who weren't called that at that time.
right, but I mean, it was you had very very large name, very first world um, influencers that had extremely very popular names, and I'm not going to drop names, but you
No.
had these people that were the who's who in the anti-trafficking world that were out there saying woo 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 woo, and all this, and then you had this young upstart company or group of people saying claiming that they were this and this and this and this and that and woo woo woo, and then all of a sudden it comes right down to it. Dude was really nothing more than a fucking fraud. You know,
Right, because I mean, it wasn't worse than a fraud. He was tied into the shit that happened at fucking Bundy's ranch.
well, it gets even more than that. As it turns out, he actually had some the very things that he was um, trying to rail against. He actually had some of those same charges.
Yep.
I'm not gonna say what those charges were, but he had some of those same allegations that were on him in another state.
The fucking motherfucker was a pedophile. I'll say it.
Yeah, yeah, he was. I think up in Montana, as a matter of fact.
Yep.
Um,
Well, yeah, Bundy Ranch.
no,
It was
it
part of
wasn't.
that.
That was not the Bundy Ranch incident, but it was something outside and away from the Bundy Ranch. It was something
Well,
else
yeah, but he was.
besides that.
Yeah, yeah, but he was also
And
part of the Bundy Ranch.
he had, as it turned out, because I actually had to investigate the piece of shit. He had
Well,
five
yeah, we all
fucking
did.
names. He's had five aliases that he's actually legally changed his name 5 times.
But
Five times.
yeah, but the worst part of it is what he did and what he was doing actually fucking destroyed what was actually for real happening.
Right,
He gave
right.
it all a bad name, and people were crediting
Well,
it.
it's
And come to find out, the more you researched it and dug into it, the shit was happening in our own backyards.
well
I'm
the
fucking in Ohio, and this shit that he's talking about in Arizona was happening in my own fucking backyard.
well the one thing that really set me off was the staged rape tree.
Hmm.
Um, that that certain person said that no, it actually was, but it was a very shrewdly made uh, place,
Yes.
and uh, a 6-year-old could have gotten out of that and escaped that with any time to think about it. A 6-year-old could have gotten out and gotten away from that um, with any brain power at all. Now that the bindings, that was a something that nobody uh, looked into the bindings that were found at the base of the tree. And I think that's what threw everybody off was they didn't see the bindings at the base of the tree.
No, what it was,
Did you
everybody
know that?
jumped on it.
I can't even remember what the individual's name, the bigwig.
Oh, I can't. Oh, Salzman?
Yeah, Sawman.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah, because he tried to claim that he was part of his organization, and he wasn't.
yeah. Did you notice in that picture? Because I was actually going through an old computer the other day and I saw it. Actually, that's what kind of what tripped me out. That even came up.
Well, yeah,
That there was
I still have the that whole thing we did. Because I remember I took those videos down
um,
because of the discredibility.
here's the funny fucked up. It's funny, but it's also so fucked up. All around the base of that quote unquote rape tree, quote unquote. I'm going to use that word very loosely. Make of it what you will, people. Um, I didn't know that the cartels that were involved in that sort of behavior, I didn't know that they used Smith and Wesson uh, leg irons and handcuffs. I didn't know that they use that type of that nice of stuff. I thought that they always use primarily cable ties
Rope and zip,
and ropes and
rope and zip ties.
yep. I never knew that they used Smith and Wesson irons. But I was looking at one of the pics of it, and I seen that steel on the ground, and I was like, huh. And I sent it to the boss to take a look at it, and he was like, yeah, that's S&M or SW. And I was like,
I'll
yeah, you know
pretend
where
I
my
didn't hear
mind,
that.
yeah, you know where my mind is tonight.
Fucking
And
pervert.
yeah, well, my other halves are in Minnesota, and I'm down here in Wisconsin. Fuck. I won't see them till next week. Shit. Oh well. But the, to
Hey, we all have our
see that,
fetishes.
well, we won't say which end of that spectrum I get put in. I'm an angel. Yeah. I'm innocent.
Hmm, heard that before.
um, any hoozle, I when I saw that, I sent it to the boss to look at it, and I said, I asked him, I said, do you still have contact with Craig? And he's like, yeah. I said, send it to him. I said, because I'm just now noticing that. And Sawyer didn't even see it from the very jump. He didn't see it. How did we all miss that?
I mean, we missed a lot of things in that, but it was simple because it's like what this whole podcast was supposed to be about. Words have power, but
Yeah.
with those words, it's knowing that which words to use to trigger somebody. When you start talking about children, talk about pedophiles, that's going to strike a nerve with almost every
Yep.
moral or even even immoral persons who know right from wrong and know that's wrong. It's going to trigger them. Like I said, there's consequences to the verbiage, as Jose would say, the verbiage we use. There's a right way to
Yep.
use a verb and a wrong way. We can use verbiage to manipulate people or to make a story that's a lie into something that's a catastrophe. Like I said, the pen is mightier than a sword. The pen, a person's word, can bring down, topple a government. That's why when I talk about heathens, pagans, and heretics, means common folk, free thinkers, because you have a you free think and you speak your mind. You what you see. When you start speaking those truths, because that's what they are, they're truths, not opinions, they're truths. You start toppling organizations. You start making other people question things. But in the society we live in, it's all about the likes. It's all about how many followers we have, how many numbers we're hitting, and people. I mean, that's the worst thing about fucking what's that fucking app that I don't have? That's fucking owned by China. Uh, not Twitch, not TikTok.
Yeah.
Overnight sensations, making money. But that's the lie they trick you into. You can make money by doing these podcasts, but you got to have all these followers. You got to have all these likes. Then you're
and,
gonna jump
and
on these trends, and you're
and
gonna
God
start
forbid if
fucking.
you say the wrong fucking word.
Oh
I mean,
God,
if you
which is
say
every podcast,
anything disparaging against the Chinese government, you're done. You're nuked.
right? Or if you say anything about the Jews, you're nuked. I'm not a
Yep.
fucking Zionist,
I, I,
but
I'm
get off
not
your
anything.
fucking crutch.
I fuck with everybody equally. Um,
Yes,
and if you don't like it, um, don't know what to tell you.
fuck,
I'm not
fuck
everybody's
around and
cup of
find out.
fucking. I'm not
Oh
everybody's
shit.
cup of fucking coffee.
I'm
You might
definitely
not
not
be
everybody's
everybody's.
cup of tea.
You ain't the tea, and I ain't the coffee. So, coffee, tea, or me, I please me. It's
Because I'm not on here to tell you what you want to hear. In fact, I'm on here to tell you what you don't want to hear. That's the
right,
audience I want.
right.
I don't want
Yeah,
no audience that wants to sit here and agree with me left and right. Fuck no, question me.
you
Prove
know,
me
it
fucking wrong. Fuck around
you know,
and find out.
there's
Let
this
me fucking trigger you.
there's this miracle thing. It's a marvelous
Oh wait,
fucking thing.
if you
Maybe you've
trigger
heard
me,
of it.
I need to cancel culture you. I need to call the cops to have you swatted, or heaven forbid now that we're at. Well, let's just go fucking do a drive by and shoot up your fucking spot.
Did you know there's a miracle device out there? You know what that miracle device is? It's fucking Google. Fact check me,
Right,
bitches. You
right.
know,
No. Oh wait, yeah, you
or
can use Google,
Google,
but don't use Wiki.
DuckDuckGo, Mozilla, whatever, Wiki. I don't give a fuck. Do
No,
your
no, 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 no,
fucking
no, no, no.
research.
Don't use Wikipedia.
Yeah,
I
that's
already
true.
debunked them. I already
Yep,
debunked them. But
yep.
no, yeah, wait. Go
Okay,
ahead. Use
Encyclopedia
Wikipedia,
Britannica.
but make sure you click on every fucking link and do your research.
Yep, Encyclopedia Britannica. You know,
Don't listen to what I say. Don't listen to what the fucking Democrats say. Fuck, don't listen to what President Trump says.
get,
Listen to everybody. What is everybody saying? Come up with your own fucking conclusion and your opinions for yourself based on everybody's opinion, because that's exactly what it is. It's their opinions. Did fucking that bitch run hit that dude over? No. But did she hit him with the car? Yes. Did she deserve what she got? Well, some will say yes, some will say no. I'm not giving you my fucking opinion because none of your goddamn business.
I refuse to uh, answer that question on any platform unless I am drugged into a court of law. I will not.
But I'll go one step further. Go ahead, answer that question. Only if you can put yourself in a mile in her shoes and a mile in that cop's shoes or the IC's shoes. Then you
Well,
can tell me your opinion. I'm not gonna
well,
do that.
well.
Shit
I
happens, and I don't blame either one. I blame the fucking politician and their fucking rhetorics who fucking keeps amping this shit up. I blame fucking Waltz for the rhetoric he pushed. I blame Trump for the fucking rhetoric he pushed. Hey,
well.
I'll go one step farther. Fucking Sharpton, racist fucking bigot that he is. I don't think he.
I'll put it this way.
I don't think he should be arrested for doing journalism. Even though I disagree with going into any place of worship and abusing his power and
Well,
privilege as a news reporter.
I'll put it this way. Um, I've the nature of what it was that I did could be questioned. Was it constitutional? Yes or no? When I sit
I
back,
would not want to be on that jury.
I can answer that right straight
Actually,
away.
I've already answered it. I've already
No,
answered it.
it was not constitutional, straight up. I can answer that without any reservation whatsoever. But
But
I spent a lot
by
of time thinking about it.
by law, it was justified
Yes, it was.
by the way the law is written up. Regardless of what you want to say, I disagree with the law. I do, because I don't care if you accidentally bump into a cop. That's not assault. But when you're in a vehicle, that's a whole different story. It's a weapon, but to the degree she bumped him, but by the law, she was guilty, not the cop. And you have to
Here's
go by the law.
here's where I look at things because I have worked with ICE.
Yeah,
Um,
have that training.
it, oh yeah, exactly. Um, and I know, actually know many uh, agents. Is the agency itself unconstitutional? Well, it's like this. Find me a fucking alphabet agency that is not uh, against, does not violate the Constitution of the United States, and I'll kiss your ass
I mean,
because
find
every
me
single
any
one of them are.
organization,
Yes, any of them
whether it
are.
be federal, whether it be federal or state or fucking
Yep,
your local fucking sheriffs. Find me any
yep,
organization.
yep.
No, they're all guilty.
And so, um, because of it, in that vein, because they all violate the Constitution in one vein or the other, then we, as I have said many, many, many times, and I have said this in D.C., we need to flush the fucking toilet from the
Oh yes,
outhouse all the way to the
or
White House and
or as I said,
start
from the
fresh.
very top of the Supreme Court to the very fucking bottom to your fucking local fucking mayor
From the outhouse to the White House,
needs
top to
replaced.
bottom, bottom to top. You know,
And it and not replaced with fucking rich fucking politician or rich fucking
exactly.
corporation execs or fucking some fucking Hollywood fucking prostitute or fucking no, with everyday people that fucking work their asses off in a fucking factory. That's who they need to be in these places of power because they know what it's like. They know what it's like to live from check to check, barely or
Not even
maybe
that.
what
It's hand to mouth.
yeah,
It's hand to mouth
because
for the most part.
literally it is. Our our fucking middle class has fucking been cut and fucking by 75% is now poor
They're low
and on the
class
verge of being
nowadays.
on the verge of being homeless because they can't afford the fucking rates that are fucking that our government won't do shit about. President Trump won't do shit about. Oh, President Trump's biggest lie of the year. Prices are down. Bullshit. I'm still living from check to check. I'm still paying outrageous prices for groceries. I'm still paying outrageous prices for gas. So no, I don't care what fucking statistics you are. Go shop where I shop and tell me the fucking price is down at with the check I make, and I make more than most.
I, you
My
know,
parents
I,
never made what I made, what I'm making right now, ever, and they put 10 years, 15 years, 20 years in the factory, uh, and we were well above middle class. We weren't rich, but we weren't fucking poor either, and we weren't fucking low on end middle class. But it took both of them to sustain that. Nowadays, both people can't even fucking make middle class.
I look at my girls when they finally do get home. Um, they're they're all gonna have to work, probably close to their 80s before they can
Yeah,
retire. Even if retirement is even an option.
it's not.
Um,
I'm watching more. I'm watching more 60, 70 year olds having to go back to work because their fucking Social Security won't even fucking pay their fucking rent anymore.
it's
They
I
can't get groceries.
yeah
I'm
it's
watching my fucking sister who's on disability now can't get fucking Medicare because she can't work. She medically cannot work, but Medicare because she makes too much in disability, she can no longer get Medicare. They cut her
well
fucking
get
premium
this.
by like $80.
Well,
By the
it's
time she pays rent, she has nothing. I'm the one
it's
that's fucking paying her bills at the end of the month.
I get very very little. Um, and I've paid out more than my share, and then some. Uh, and what I pay a month, because now I bear in mind I have extremely high medical bills. If I had to pay for my own medical insurance, I wouldn't be able to do it.
Oh my god, screwed.
I mean my back has been broke twice. My neck has been broke or fractured 5 times. I've been shot. 17 times. I've been stabbed at least a dozen times, and various other things. Not to mention, I was involved in a few extremely visceral battles in Iraq and Afghanistan as well that left some severe um, PTSD scarring. So now I'm in the process of spending $4,000 on a fucking dog that still needs training. That's
Yep.
another $15,000. Um, ain't nobody paying that fucking bill. And do you think that medical insurance is going to pay for that for a
No.
service dog? No,
Nope.
they will not pay for his medical insurance or for his uh, veterinary insurance either because he's going to need insurance as well. Um, I mean, and do you think that I can get any assistance from any of the vet organizations?
No,
No,
they don't
not
got any.
really.
They don't got no money to give assistance to, because all their
Well,
funding is.
there's a few that actually have. I've I've talked to a couple that actually came to me, um, and I'm not going to name drop them uh, because those entities they're
They're
out there
supported by
doing the
private.
work.
Yeah, but
No,
they're
they're
also they're supported by private. Well, they're so that's I don't want to say private. Private is the wrong word. They're actually the ones that are supported by the communities.
these are the ones that well, one guy was a very big name in Hollywood until he finally gave Hollywood the finger and decided that he was going to use his name and his platform to do something finally.
Yep.
And another guy just uses his name and his image and pretty much just it sells his face, basically, is what it amounts to. But I've had a couple of entities come to me and be willing to say, hey, let us. And I'm like, no, there's plenty of others out there that are far more fucked up than me that need you more than I do. But at the same token, at what point do do we have to simply say that when do we stop trusting the U.S. government because of where they've put us?
Well, I mean that goes back to when do we start taking control of our own fucking kids and start teaching them what's really right from wrong? When do we start saying, start realizing that we've been lied to, manipulated, and deceived so much, and that we're constantly being pitted to get against each other. So this is what it is. Here, I'm going to leave on this note. You heard the word Civil War draft, or you heard me say revolution. Now answer me this: why all of a sudden, after all these decades, has the Second Amendment finally gotten to where it's at now, to where suppressors are legal, assault rifles of assault rifle bans have been removed. Think about that. Why does that happen? And both sides agreed to that. Remember, there's always a reason why they do something. Now we look about what's happening now with the ice ages and the rhetoric on both sides. We already went through the summer of love a couple years back.
Now I
Before
think we're
that,
getting ready for another one of those.
oh no, we're getting ready for something far worse.
Yeah, I'd agree.
It's because they want it to happen.
Well, I asked a
They
rhetorical
want it to
question,
happen. The worst part is they want it to happen more than we want it to happen.
right? But I asked a rhetorical question the other day to a couple of veterans, and one was uh, served around the same time that I did. Did 12 years, and then said, "I've had enough shit," and tapped out and came home to raise his kids. And the other one, I asked a old Korean vet the same question: Why is it that the powers that be will not allow us to return to the status that we were 8 hours, 12 hours, 18 hours, 36 hours, 48 hours, 72, and 96 hours after 9/11?
Well, because that was the biggest mistake they ever did. They took, and that's the biggest lesson I could ever tell people. Go back to 9/11. We were a population. We were an, we went from being a divided country to a
Divided
fucking
world.
unified country. Yeah, to a unified. They cannot have us united ever. They learned their lessons and they started from there with the creation of the NDA Patriot Act, calling
Well,
fucking veterans fucking domestic terrorists,
actually,
and and at, and and started doing every little dirty trick in the book to divide us and keep us divided. Then Ferguson came along and it was all fucking off to the races.
well, I'm going to correct you on
Literally,
one
it's
thing.
a race. Come back.
I'm going to correct you on one thing. The NDA was already written up. It actually was
Right.
already written. All they needed was they needed a fucking reason.
Yep.
They had
Yeah.
everything there. Everything was
It was the
prime.
Patriot Act that they added to the
Yep.
NDAA bill. The NDAA bill has been around since the
Well,
80s or
how
70s. It's
how
the fucking
how
spending bill for fucking the
how you have
military
to
and
ask yourself, because of how vast the Patriot Act actually is. Um, Even at the time that it very first rolled out, they had to have it written and very well written.
I'm gonna let you talk for a second. I use the
Uh,
bathroom.
my question is that with the Patriot Act, because of how well it was written, that they absolutely had to have it written so well prior to the 9/11 incident, so that they could, all they needed was a reason to enact the Patriot Act. They didn't need to write it. It was already written. It was already there. They just needed a vehicle to bring it in. Just like every other major calamity, all they needed was a vehicle to usher it in. And 9/11 was just that vehicle. And not many people want to believe that was the case, but that's absolutely the case with the Patriot Act. In large part, it was completely written, except for maybe one or two lines, because that fucker came out and it was on the spot right now. That's how I know it was written already, and they just basically needed signatures on it for that fucker to go. You can argue with me about it if you want, but like many other things, there actually is an order for the draft sitting in the top drawer of the president's desk, and all he has to do is sign it, date it, and the draft is back. Will the president ever do it? I
Nope.
highly doubt it. I highly doubt it.
No more alcohol for me.
um, you know,
Those 20 stairs weren't nothing nice.
you know,
But
my
neither was
question,
a fucking pack of cigarettes.
my, I guess maybe a lot of people don't know that maybe they don't know or maybe they don't realize how fast that Patriot Act was brought out. That fucker was written. The entire thing was written except for, but maybe a couple of small lines that were inconsequential. That
Well,
was
I don't think
written.
people realize how damning it really was. If you
Oh,
got
there is
convicted,
that.
or if you got convicted of a misdemeanor, could have been put on the Patriot Act, not even known about it.
Yeah, yeah,
I know
and
people that were just fucking a fucking routine fucking misdemeanor traffic ticket found themselves on the fucking Patriot Acts. The terrorist, no
yeah,
fly list.
yeah,
I mean, it was dangerous. Then when people started talking about it, well, what'd they do? They added couple thousand more pages, and well, as referred to such and such in section A, subsection this, to where you scroll, and it still said the same damn thing. They just fucking hid it in other lines and created subsections for it. They
yeah.
never changed. But how many people got time? Well, my other bitch about fucking what they do in Congress. How many people got time to read a 3,000 fucking page anything where it's got everything in it plus shit that don't belong in it? My simple thing should be simply put in 100 page or less, and it should only be what's the topic of the fucking bill is. Nothing outside, nothing added in, nothing about fucking Ukraine, because Ukraine has nothing to do with the fucking bill to fucking support to fund our fucking school system or whatever they're trying to push. Then they add all this shit in because it's an important issue that they know that everybody they're going to get votes for, and they slide all this shit in because they know it'll pass. The next thing you know, you got a bunch of shit that passed that has nothing to do with the actual bill, but shit that we wouldn't have passed if it was in a bill by itself. That shit needs to stop. But tell me what Republican and what Democrat will stand up and say this needs to stop and bring a bill and legislation to make it stop. Tell me what president's going to sign an executive order to make that stop. Not a single fucking one. Obviously, Trump hasn't done it. Hell, Obama didn't do it. Every single president since Lincoln hasn't done it because if they do that, then we start getting control over Congress and the Senate again. We start becoming we the people because we the people aren't going to agree to send fucking almost $1 trillion to fucking Ukraine that we're never going to get back when we're already fucking in debt. We're not going
Mm-hmm.
to send money to Ukraine when we got a homeless epidemic, when we got people that can't afford to buy groceries at the grocery store, and this is at their own fucking saying, well, we got a problem. Prices are all went up, but yet they sit here and ignore us and put Ukraine, another country, first. Well, guess what? When you put that other country first, you committed sedition because when you take office, your sole purpose and your sole allegiance is to the American people, to this country, no other country, not to Israel, as so many senators both on both sides have pledged their allegiance to Israel. Fuck Israel. They need to get off their fucking little fucking crutch. I'm sorry. You got your little country. World War II's over. It's been almost 100 years since then. Not really, but close enough. You've
Yep.
proven to be you're proven to have a superior military. You don't need any other country's fucking aid. But Quit using it as a crutch. We're the Holocaust victims because you're not a victim. You're a fucking world power.
They're a world something.
Well, I mean, I consider them a world power, just like I consider China, Russia, United States. Not so much Europe anymore. They're still kind of a world power. So fuck Saudi Arabia's got more of a world power than Saudi Arabia and Iran's more of a world power than fucking Europe. Then don't get me started on the fucking turncoats, fucking French.
Right. Yeah, deep fried French frogs.
Well, Vietnam would have never happened if we didn't go fucking bail the French out. What did they do? They fucking ran. As soon as we put boots on the ground as a fucking police, being a police force, they took off and fucking hightailed it out of there, and it became our problem.
The French do very well at running.
Mm-hmm. They done. Fuck, they did it all throughout the whole Revolutionary War until we finally won some major battles and the tide started turning. That's the only time the French jumped in. Hell, we were using more Hessians than we were using French, and they were more reliable and trustworthy than the French. C'est la vie, c'est la va. But I tell you what, the Hessian, which is also, if you take that, those were root origins, assassin. They lived up to what they were all about.
Yeah.
The French didn't come in till fucking towards the end, and they screwed us in the end too.
Yeah, they're good at that. They're really good at that.
That's been the problem with the United States. The one disagreement, which is what is the wrong disagreement, but what made America so great is we forgave our fucking British enemies and allowed them to become citizens of the United States and to be members of Congress and the House. All was forgiven. And we called them the Loyalist Party, and the Loyalist Party has done everything in their power to sabotage our government. Not the fucking Russians, not the Chinese, the Loyalist Party of fucking Britain. As the Queen herself said before she died, we were still a fucking experiment
Yeah, now the
that they
next
meddled with in
idiot.
every single war we've been in.
Yep. And now the
Oh,
jackass that's running the show over there is saying the same thing.
yeah. But our debt was paid in the '90s under Clinton. We finally paid for the treaty. Yes, it took us that long to pay off our fucking little treaty agreement and money arrangement. Took till fucking '95 to pay it off, which was the reason why my founding father never got elected to the Supreme Court because he opposed that treaty. And exactly what he said would happen happened. But they want to label him as a Jeffersonian because Jefferson said the same thing, had the same arguments. But hey, at least I can take relish that his name's on the Constitution. Although I disagree with things now, like no term limits. But then again, our government was never supposed to be as big as it is today. In all honesty, our government shouldn't be no more than two representatives from each state. And
Yep.
that's one from each party. It's the winner and the loser. Just like how our president and vice president used to be chosen, the winner was the president and the loser became the vice president. You had an equal balanced faction. Could you imagine if they did tried to do? Could you imagine Trump with Biden as a vice president,
Oh fuck. That,
or when Biden won and Trump Biden's Bi- Biden president and Trump VP? Oh my God, that's probably one of the things that's probably a good thing to get away from, but it wasn't because you still had to answer to both. Both parties were representative with a winner and a loser that had to fucking get along and pass bills for the betterment
and
of the people. And we've gotten away from that.
that was one of the biggest fuck ups that was had.
Yep. But hey, we'll celebrate and go watch fucking Hamilton. And only thing Hamilton was about was the fucking unions, or not. Well, they weren't called unions back then, but the equivalent of the union, the pollsters or whatever they were called back then. I can't remember the exact terminology. That's what Hamilton was all about. He wasn't about the American people. He was about the corporation.
Yep. And how many people he could screw.
Yep. I mean, don't get me wrong. Abraham Lincoln was no saint either.
You know,
In his fucking address, he even admits that
I
if it was
fucking
up to
love
him, he wouldn't abolish slavery.
I fucking love the other day
His own words.
I got into an argument with somebody the other day about uh the whole Lincoln thing and the whole they got the topic of slavery got brought up. Imagine that.
Well, in truth,
And
the Civil War had nothing to do with slavery.
no,
All
it
it was
didn't.
was a different. It was a difference in opinion between the fucking one side of politics to the other. The other won the votes, and the other lost, and they threw a hissy fit that led to the Civil War. It
Yep.
led to fucking southern states cheating from the northern states because they lost a vote, which was going to hurt them financially. Then slavery came into the equation, you know. But most people will sit there and argue with you till you're blue in your face and tell you you're a fucking liar and you're dead wrong. But that's history. That's historical fact.
Well, and then when you you try and tell them that it wasn't even the the American people that brought them here to begin with,
Oh yeah.
they tell you that you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Yeah, the whole you need to pay us fucking what's that word?
Reparations.
Yes, reparations. Uh for one, yes, I see a few people of my last name of different color, but I tell you what, it wasn't my family that put you on the boat and brought you over here. It was your own tribal people
Yeah.
that put on the boat. And before we go any farther, and you call me a fucking racist, uh, I'll go back to what I've always said when it comes to slavery. Slavery was all colors. You had
Yep.
um, Irish, Scottish, anybody that wasn't wealthy or rich that wanted to come here, they would have to pay. They were called indentured servants. They'd have to go come here and work on do the same thing as slaves did on a slave farm, and work for their pay. That was the only difference between a slave and an indentured servitude. Was the indentured servitude could eventually pay off their fucking debt, where a slave could not. But there's cases, as in West Virginia and Texas, where two slaves paid off their debts. Their slave masters released them and recognized as free men, and those two black men had the two biggest slave plantations in the history of the United States, not the white man.
Actually, there was another one that you don't hear. his name much of? Samuel Ball.
Yes, he was from
He
Texas, I thought.
Yes, but he escaped from the U.S. and went all the way to Nova Scotia.
Yeah, and he
Um,
but what he did the same thing over there.
he bought a ton of land up in Nova Scotia.
You know, does it matter? Does the United States have its fucking dark and black spots? Yes, and honestly, it starts with the Native Americans. What we did to the Native Americans, and I have my own theories about why that happened, and it had nothing to do with land. It had to do about hiding the shit that they knew.
Yeah.
And it had to do with land, but it was more about silencing a people and a culture so that everyday citizens didn't know what was really going on. For those that truly studied Native American and actually have a chance to speak with the older elders and hear their stories and things that they conquered and did before we came here, yeah, that's a little eye opener. But that's conspiracy theory. Just like the Solomon Mines being in what's the name of that place in fucking California where the dam fucking about broke, but they took the
Oh,
dam so they couldn't mine the gold.
the feather. Oh, Oroville.
Yep. Uh, lot of proof and documentations come up where that might have been Queen Sheba's and the Sullivan mines. And not to mention all the shit we found in the Grand Canyon that was Egyptian and
Oh, it gets more than
African.
that. The I've been paying attention to that area again, and there's been a lot of issues in that area again.
Uh, well, we're off on the taboo subjects. You're not going to believe what I may have seen. I'm not going to admit
Huh.
to it, but I may have my first dogman. If it wasn't a
What?
dog, it was a fucking werewolf. I don't give a fuck. All I know is it was startled, and I was startled, and I about wrecked. But I tell you what,
Um,
somebody can read energy, the energy that transferred between both of us, eh, I floored it. No, no, this fucking thing was on 2 feet, kind of humanish looking, and all of a sudden I came around the corner, my headlights hit it, it dropped to all fours, looks like the biggest fucking dog with mange I've ever fucking seen, with fucking glowing fucking red eyes looking at me. I'm like, well, you're not a fucking hellhound. What the fuck? I've heard the stories, never believed them. But when you see something that I wasn't sticking around to take pictures. I'll put it that way.
so you
I've
decided
seen.
to. So you
I
decided that
decided.
that the prayer, faith, and horsepower was the better part of valor.
Oh, yep. Self-preservation at all risks. And I've seen some shit that I'm not a big UFO guy, but I've seen some shit over the years. And my background in paranormal
Yep.
and the
Yep.
occult, so I've seen some shit that was
Yep.
not on my fucking bingo card.
Yeah, it was on your bingo card for 2026.
Now that was 2025.
Oh, okay. So that
Yeah,
wasn't
the
on
end.
your. That
That
wasn't
most
on
definitely
there.
was. No, I had Bigfoot on my bingo card before that. So I never
Um,
believed anything about the dog man. And it's like, what the fuck? And if it wasn't because of the energies that transferred between us, oh no no, I've got some fucking audio that will make you fucking your skin crawl. Rob
I
picked it up on his fucking security cam. It sounds like a fucking baby crying.
I've.
It's like 5 minutes of fucking audio that oh
Oh
my
damn.
fucking god sent shivers down my fucking spine because it wasn't a baby. Nobody in that area has any toddlers, and it wasn't natural. I let my fucking mom and dad hear it, and they're like, "What the fuck is that? That sounds like a baby," but no. In some eerie little ways, it sounds like it's talking. Oh no, that's some of the freakiest fucking audio I've fucking heard. And I've heard some
Now
shit.
you
That
know
tough.
where I live, right?
Well, yeah, my first thought was, well,
Right.
that's Skinwalker. That's got to be
Um,
Skinwalker.
you know where Bray Road, what area Bray Road is, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
It's on my
I'm
bucket
not.
list.
Um,
Not that I'm
can
delving back into that area.
it's jump out of a perfectly good airplane first.
Oh
um,
no, I had a good one today.
what, you jumped out of a
Fucking
perfectly good
Ohio.
airplane?
I might as well have. No, there's the road I turned on. I t- I took this road multiple times. I should end up on two. I crossed two, go around this bridge and bend, and it should take me the back way into Defiance. I turned on the same goddamn road I've taken for years to make a shortcut to fucking Defiance so I could speed because I was running late. And this took me on a fucking where it should road where it should have been the next road prior that I didn't turn on. And it's this whole area is like this. There's Buck Cemetery, which is fucking don't get me started on that. But my sister found it out. I'm like, well, go here. There's Buck Cemetery. If I turn here, I'll get off this dirt road, and we'll just come back, go to the stop sign, turn right. We'll just come back where we started from, right? Because basically
Mm-hmm.
all you do is make it one square. No, kept on going straight, kept on going straight. Where the fuck's that stop sign? Because it goes to a stop sign. You can either turn right, go back to Buck, or turn right, turn left, and go back to the main road, or turn left and go back to the other main road. Oh no, no, no! We kept on going straight for like 20 minutes. I told my sister, I'm like, fucking, this is how everybody gets lost in this area. You turn, you do the little square, and you're supposed to end up at the stop sign to where you can go back through Buck, or turn left and go back to Bryan, or turn right, turn left, go back to Bryan. She's like, I don't get this. We should have. I'm like, there, see? And you guys all thought we were fucking crazy when we talked about this shit. Same thing happened to me today. I'm like, but in a completely different spot where it's never happened to me before. I'm like, only in fucking Ohio.
You sure you didn't?
I
The
was sober, by the way.
that's not was not what I was going to say, but you sure you weren't getting blasted by a couple of grassmen?
I don't know. I just know ended up in Striker, and I shouldn't have ended up in Striker because that road. I even took my dad down it because I showed him the shortcut to avoid Bryan and just and avoid the bad spot because where I turn's a very bad spot. It's in between two curves. To where if you turn down the other road, be right before Plasky, it's a straight shot. And somehow I tried. Why the fuck am I zigzagging back and forth between the tracks? I should be fucking on two. Then when I fucking zigzagged the last track, I'm like, well, fuck, I'm just outside of Striker going by to the marathon where the school's at. This is impossible. Ended up being a
it,
good plate.
yeah, it's how do I want to answer this? Um, I've been very open about my experiences with Bigfoot.
I've not yet have a Bigfoot encounter, and I don't think I
I,
ever
I, I
will because Bigfoot's smart enough to not shoot him.
if
Just saying.
I've told you about what happened in Fallujah many times.
Yep. Well, I've heard many of stories of that one. Just not
I-
from
If
you, from other people.
if because I did that, envision what would happen if tall, dark, and hairy popped up in front of me. What do you
I
think is going to happen to him?
well, the same thing would happen to me if I seen him. Oh, it's payday, bitch.
Before or after you fill your shorts?
Oh no, that wouldn't happen. It's payday, bitch. No,
What?
actually, no, I wouldn't. No, me, I'd like to have a conversation with it. I want to prove my theory right
That he's an
because I'm
elemental?
willing to. No, that's actually a good theory, though. I've not thought about that one. No,
Well,
my theory is big. Okay, my theory it goes clear back to the Nephilim. Bigfoot is a descendant of the Nephilim. The Nephilim is a descendant of man and angel, and it makes perfectly good sense. And especially when you start getting into the Native American stories about the giants, it makes perfectly good sense that the Bigfoot are just the offspring of the giants,
there,
which is the offspring of the Nephilim.
it's um
Oh, the conversations we have on Ramblings of the Chaotic Mind.
right. My whole thought is because there's always been some orb activity
Yes,
reported with just prior to a sighting and just after.
yes. See, I've never thought about the elemental side of that thing, and I can't rule that theory out either. That's a good, actually, a very good theory.
And so based on that, um, I have to um, look at the thought um, that Bigfoot must or has to be rather an elemental of some origin because if he wasn't, we would not have that orb esque type manifestation if it was not. Um, I've looked at that so many times from so many different angles, and almost every single encounter that's been reported, it's always been that there's orb, and then
Yes,
after Bigfoot has disappeared, there's a couple of orbs, or you have orbs and UFOs before and after,
yep,
and so you have your elemental aspect, you have your ufology, and
that's
you
not
have
bad.
your
You know I hate mixing paranormal with those categories,
I
but
know, but
elemental is paranormal,
right.
and let some psychics say so is UFOs.
I mean, it's all it all combines into one, but it drives me kind of batty in a way.
Oh yeah, I mean it's those are interesting. Those are topics I like talking about because it makes you question things. It makes you think for yourself, formulate your own opinions. There's nothing wrong with a good fucking paranormal or conspiracy theory because what is? I mean the whole origins of vampires all basically relate to a psychic vamp, and they do exist. People that leech other people's energy. but we're all psychic vamps in our own way. We attract and retract energy. We attract the type of energy we're feeling. People are drawn to that, and we will leech off them, or they'll leech off us. It's all frequency and vibration. But yeah, when you start talking, I've never actually thought about Bigfoot being an elemental, which is very interesting because I could see what you're saying and see good points to it, especially somebody who's dealt with some elementals and they are ancient. But stuff, nothing beats that fucking night we had that podcast when I was still living in Indiana. Yeah, no,
Yeah, yeah, that was.
that was well. I'm not going to say what podcast it was because the audio had the EVP on it.
Yeah, that was cool.
That was fucking freaky, especially when I finally figured out what it was.
Yeah, you'll have to go back and dig that up.
That was jarring because I was never expecting energy like that. I've dealt with one of them before, but that
it,
was a whole different ball game because that one was ancient.
people don't, they don't, they mock shit like
I
that
don't even know what
until
we're talking about. I don't even remember what we were talking about. Weren't talking nothing paranormal.
no, not
It
not.
just wanted it just what it wanted our attentions like right then and there
It was
to where it
trippy as
had.
hell.
You're gonna tell me I was the one in the room with it. Then I come
Yeah.
down, but yeah, I come to find out I wasn't too far from some of the very haunted, most haunted places in Indiana. I did not know that. I should have known that. I'm a magnet for those things.
Yeah, just still have that. It's all good. I mean, what's the worst that could happen? You wake up dead.
Well, dealing with that one, that was a possibility. That one was not nice. I got the message though.
Yeah, that one didn't leave you any other option but to get the message.
Yeah, I didn't want to leave either till made sure I got the message.
Yeah, it wanted to make sure that you were hearing, seeing, and feeling. You know, it's every once in a blue moon, we need that little extra push to make things move a little faster. You know, we're a little slow sometimes. You know, I've lost something and I can't remember what the hell it was that I lost.
Your mind,
Now that went with the fourth string, and I can
but
still.
then it goes back even within the paranormal communities and the occult communities. Words have power. Words have meaning until you choose not to give them meaning and power. And it's funny how the occult community teaches that, but society don't teach that.
It's so weird. You know, I was talking to somebody the other day about that very thing. You know, they were running their mouth trying to say that uh, they're liking.
Uh,
And
Funny that topic comes up.
I I was like, really? And then I said, if that's the case, then why are you trying to study witchcraft?
Right.
Because it's that's polar opposites. The two worlds do not mesh. at all. That they just do not match. Whoa. Okay. Did you just hear that?
No, everything went. My my ear set went dead. Like
Yeah.
silent. Like yeah, not natural silence, but yeah. So it's all like
Ooh.
leave alone.
Uh huh. Any
Ha! I'm not
hoodle.
living in Indiana anymore. Can't get into this house.
Any hoodle. Um. It went something of the way that I was like, you cannot be studying in one and walking the path of the other. You'll end up self destructing, literally. And he's like, well, I use it for self healing.
Huh. Okay, sure. Maybe if you follow the left-hand path, which means you're healing off the negative side of things.
But
Yeah.
he don't know his left from his right. That's the problem.
But but even that's a lie.
Right.
But we're not going there.
Right.
I don't, I don't feel like having my doors beaten down.
Yeah, I don't either. I have a presence here, and I'm not.
Somebody's I wore the shirt that I wore was kind of unbuttoned the other day, and they were questioning my about my chest tattoos. I'm like, yeah, that's not for children.
Yeah, I got a new one. Actually,
It's
I've
not for
got a couple
children
new
or
ones.
close-minded people. You will not be able to make any sense of it.
Eh, could anybody ever make any sense of anything of us?
No,
I
they
mean,
only they only see what I want them to see, and that's it.
no, it's like,
Oh, I fucking scared the shit out of somebody the other day. I fucking walked up behind him, just stood there, didn't know I was there, didn't feel me. Fucking turns around, he's like, "Oh shit!" He's like, "Where the fuck did you come from?" I've been here for like 5 minutes.
yeah, I can't stand there or sit there like that for that long without going, ah! I just love watching people completely come out of their skin.
Well, I mean, most people, I mean, they know me. They think I'm a social person. I'm not. That's not what my job ever be telling me.
Do
I'm
they
the
not
quiet.
know you?
I am the quiet one in the group. I'm the one you actually don't notice it's there.
Like I said, do they not fucking know you? I mean, like
No,
they
they don't.
they they think that you're the social one. Do, do they need to go talk to a professional?
I'm actually the one you don't want to meet.
Right?
Oh, fucking, I get everybody like that though. They're like, "How long you been there?" Long enough to hear your whole conversation. They're like, "Huh? I didn't see you. I've been standing there for like 15 minutes. You've all looked at me. How did you not see me?" Although I will admit, I had somebody do it to me, and it's not fun. Okay, I get what they feel. That's a little unnerving, especially when you can do it to me. That's unnerving.
I love to make people literally piss themselves. But I'll use other questionable ancient methods, as you and I both know. I'm not going to say what those are. You know what I'm talking about.
Mhm. My favorite color, purple.
Hey, how'd you know what color my hair is?
Thank God I don't remember the rest of how that whole thing goes. That's fucking trippy. You want to lose somebody, fucking learn that fucking little fucking riddle. Something about going on a kayak, paddling a fucking canoe with fucking I don't remember how it went, but this fucking the next thing you know, dude says purple. And you're like, huh?
Papa? Papa?
What?
Papa?
What are you talking about? Uh
Papa?
huh. Exactly. It's like exactly purple.
Papa? Pickle? Purple? I may have
It's
had
a
just
Jedi.
one too many.
It's a Jedi mind fuck for
Whoa!
real.
You really want to throw the Jedi mind fuck? Ask somebody, um, what is the definition of pinkle and purple? They are going to look at you like you may need help.
No, I wasn't the one that fucking cracked open the door to the abyss. I kicked that bitch open.
It's, we dance and play there.
It didn't have a chance to peer back at me.
They don't, you know. They really don't, and that's what people don't seem to understand why we why we're still here and why we get along so well. Holy fuck! I just looked at the fucking uh, clock counter. Did you see that shit?
Hey, we're getting there.
Oh fuck! I gotta get my ass to bed. I'm getting
Yeah,
like starting to get
you said
loopy.
that an hour. Yeah, you said
Yeah,
that an hour
yeah,
ago.
I'm getting loopy.
No,
I'm a
I've been for the past hour. I've been staring at the sub that I so much want to eat.
you go tackle that sub. I'm gonna go tackle this pillow because that last drink tackled my ass.
I
I'll
could use
catch you
about a
on.
couple. I could use
Hmm?
about two more. That'd be good.
Yeah, if I attempt to have another one, it's gonna tackle me.
Oh fuck no! If I have another one, I ain't making down up and down those stairs the rest of the night.
If
Or
I have another one, my ass ain't getting out of this chair. I might pour myself out of this chair onto the floor, but that's about it. And I really don't need to do that.
nope. But it
So
was definitely nice to have you back on after
yeah,
fucking
we'll do this
18
again.
weeks.
Yeah, we'll do this again.
I couldn't believe
Yeah.
it was 18 weeks since I last talked to you on Facebook.
Oh, holy fuck! It hasn't been that long. Good God.
Yeah, that's what I said. 18 weeks.
Yeah, we'll do this again soon.
But I work my ass off. Like I said, I only got the weekends.
No, that's fine. Yeah, we'll have to catch up. Uh, hit me up tomorrow sometime. All kinds of crazy shit going on.
Well, I'm fucking actually hoping we get enough snow. I don't have to worry about fucking going to work Monday. I want a snow day.
Now, keep me posted, and we'll catch up soon.
All right, I will. I'll
All
get
right,
with
catch
you
you later,
tomorrow.
brother. Yep,
Yep.
bye.
Well, guys, and interesting, Emily, in the chaotic minds. Thank you. Just Free Spirit Free Spirit Prepping News. Uh, they changed it. That's why I can't never remember it. But yeah, awesome to have her on. I've sent a few links out. Like I said, this year we're gonna try to get more people on. A few of my eccentric friends. Wait till I get Hollywood Stinks on. Yeah, you'll get a trip out of her. Or Sword Point Nine, or Persephone, or who knows, maybe Rob the Man. Get Rob the Man on though. Oh my God, thought this this conversation was bad, but you know, it is about having fun. It's also about being somewhat educational, but it's about teaching you guys to think outside the box, think for yourselves, formulate your own opinions, your own questions. Don't take what anybody. I don't give a fuck who it. I don't give it. I don't give a fuck if it's the fucking Pope. I'm not Catholic, so I think I can get away with that one. I don't care. Question everything. Everything you've been taught. Everything that you take in. We, it's a blessing and a curse that we have the internet. We have all this information at your disposal to where you can see different opinions, different sides, each story. You know, don't be a fucking cultist MAGA. And by the way, for those that don't know, MAGA is an anagram. It's a magical script. Figured people didn't realize that when I told them it's a sigil. You guys only know what you're doing, and it was very powerful. It worked. Our due diligence as U.S. citizens is to question our president. Our due diligence as citizens of this country is to question our politicians. Do they have the will of the people? Our due diligence is not to take what a fucking politician says to get elected. Our due diligence is does his actions equal his words? Your due diligence as somebody that listens to my channel is what he's saying, making me think, making me question things. Do I agree with him? Do I disagree with him? Why do I disagree with him? Your opinions matter because we learn from each other. My job's not to influence you. My job's to teach, mentor, train. My job's to trigger you, in all honesty, to make you think for yourselves. My job's to point out history, and there's many facets of history. Well, most of history comes from those that conquered. There's an aspect of history of the conquered, which is sometimes written and most time passed down from line to line, from generation to generation. There's multiple sides to a story. And I love you grew up listening to Paul Harvey, and now here's the rest of the story. He would break it down, give you what basically the mainstream was saying, then he'd break it down and give you what really was being said, what other people said. You got to be able to take, we'll use this ICE shit, Minneapolis shit, and it's just at face value, we're going to blame the ICE or we're going to blame the protester. Why aren't you blaming the politicians that's caused this? You know, I'm a firm believer that came into this country illegally needs to be deported back. Why? Because my mom came from Brazil. She did everything by the book and became a natural citizen. And I will be the first person to tell you and agree with you this system is broken. Because if you don't have money and you can't afford it, and they made it so unaffordable now that most people can't become naturalized citizens. Only the rich. I think it goes back to the very first video I did of the caste system, of the broken systems. And this is not what this topic's been about. This topic's supposed to be about the word, the pen, and truthfully, the pen is mightier than the sword. With a single word, I can topple a fucking country. If I have the right mouthpiece, the right verbiage, anything's possible. And with that knowledge and understanding, I also know that there's some people that follow me that might be part of that 1% that are zealots, that'll hang on everything I say and do something stupid. So it's my job to make sure I don't say something stupid that they can go do something stupid about. Yes, I'll talk about Civil War. I'll talk about Revolutionary War. Because truth is, it's coming. The more, if you have eyes and can see the writing on the wall, both sides are playing for it. Both sides want it. And that tells me I need to question why they want it. Well, it's simple. Because once it happens, they think they can easily win and take all the rest of our rights and freedoms away and be the true power and ruling classes over us. They'll snuff out anybody. And it started. It started with the labels and the cancel culture. It's escalated from swatting to actually physically shooting somebody's house up or somebody's studio up to beating people up because they have a different opinion. It's been escalating, you know. As in the first case, I will not give my opinion about this new one because I haven't seen it all. I haven't seen all the sides and all the videos and all the evidence. Quite frankly, I don't want to because it should have never happened in the first place. The reason people are out there protesting is because of politicians and fucking their little fucking puppets that they fucking pay has caused division over a common sense issue. I cannot go to Canada without my fucking passports, plural, because I have to actually have both. I have to have my U.S. passport and my Brazilian passport because I have dual citizenship, or I enter their country. I will be detained at the border if I don't have both. I can't go to France, sneak in, sneak on a plane, and try to check out of there without a passport, or I will be detained in their detention section until they can deport me back. There is no country that you can go to without being a citizen of that country or having proper documentation. That's common sense. That's worldwide. Why is it an issue here? Why? Because the politicians have made it an issue. They made it a political issue that divides us, that'll pit us together. Now, look where we're at. We got two people dead. One, by the law, was justified. This one, I don't know. From what I've seen, and granted, it was from a not so reliable source that I would consider reliable, I did not see him reaching for a gun. It's perfectly legal to carry, conceal, and open carry in Minnesota. But that's the problem. That's what they want. They want sides drawn so something happens. And that's where we, as a people, we the people need to wake up and understand that they're playing us. We are controlling the outcome. And we're not even in control. We're the puppets being led to the slaughter. Well, basically, we're the cattle being led to the slaughter, if you want to the honest truth. We're being manipulated to do what they want, not what we would want if we were thinking and questioning things and having just a little bit of common sense. You know, all jokes aside, I had a blast today. Spent time with a friend, a supervisor, a mentor, a teacher. Spent time with my my actual kids that I supervise outside of work. So I've never actually seen how they interact outside of work. It was a learning experience. It was fun. Yes, I may have a little too much to drink, but hey, everything in moderation. And trust me, it was in moderation. Still perfectly sober. Tipsy, yes. Drunk, no. You know, Ramblers of the Chaotic Mind is just that. I might put a topic up there. Uh, I can tell you right now, everything that was said in here, I could turn into point it and direct it back to that topic. Because if you actually sit and think about things we discussed, talked about, even going off left field, right field, taboo, those are things that can be used as making you think and question things. Yes, I know plenty of people don't believe in the paranormal. I know plenty of people don't believe in Bigfoot or hell, I didn't believe in Dogman. I'm still 50-50 on that because I can't tell you what I really saw. Whatever I saw wasn't natural. I know that much just from my paranormal experiences. Hell, I've seen shit on the UFO side, and I still don't believe in UFOs. I have my own different opinion of it, though. I broke down with Bigfoot, and Bree had a completely different opinion, which actually, her opinion as validation. I never thought of it that way. I always thought of it as Nephilim, giants, and the descendants, Bigfoot, which is a practical theory, a sound one. If you believe that angels mated with man, created the Nephilim therefore created the race of giants, which is, believe in Christianity, that's biblical. So therefore, did the race of giants create their own offspring? Would that not been Bigfoot? Because obviously nobody's ever caught one. Plenty of people have seen them. I've had encounters, and it would make sense if you put it and you believe in what the Nephilims could do, what the angels could do. It's on that realm, but I never thought of it as elemental. So now it opened up new doors, a new thought. Whew. And that's what these conversations about. Even when we're talking about politics or about something mysterious, is what's happening in Minnesota. Do I agree with what ICE is doing, what Trump has done on that aspect? Actually, I do. And for every Democrat that wants to condemn Trump, where was you when Obama was doing it? All those detention centers that we have, except for the couple new ones that we just recently built, those were all built and created by under our Obama administration. No president is. They're all the same. Biden didn't care about it. He used it as a political tool to bring people in. You had Democrats and some Republicans telling people from Mexico, Venezuela, Colombia, come on over, which is sedition in itself, because we have rules and laws. Do I agree with the law that says you brush up a cop or bump a cop, that it is an assault or attempted murder, especially behind a vehicle? No, I do not agree with that. But the law is the law. It is our job to petition to have law changed. Bring petitions to our fellow congressmen and women to have those laws changed or reworded. And in the end, what is law? What is going to court and arguing law? It is selling your interpretation of that law to your peers or to the judge and getting them to buy your interpretation. Yes, law is a double edged sword. But If this wasn't an ICE agent, as it was a state trooper or sheriff that did this, we wouldn't be arguing about this. It would have been justified and forgotten. That's the other issue I have. Because it's happened countless times with sheriffs and state troopers where they've shot at a vehicle to to remove the threat. You know, these little things are meant to be brought up, to be publicized, and to be thrown in our face every day to cause arguments, to pit us against each other. So we're fighting amongst ourselves and not paying attention to what our government's doing. And what they're doing is, once again, I'll reiterate last year's fucking terminology. What have you done for me? Not jack shit. Not the Democrats or the Republicans haven't done shit for me. I'm still paying outrageous amount of money for groceries, outrageous amount of money for gas. I'm living from check to check when I'm making $22 an hour, and I should not be living from check to check. I should be doing well. I should be starting the new year. I should be saving money. I should have money being backed up. No, I don't. By the time groceries are spent, gas is put in, bills are paid, I am left with hardly nothing. And that's not what this country is supposed to be about. None of us should be living this way. And it falls on the politicians to fix it who'd rather give money to another country. And that's what pisses me off about the whole damn thing while we're sitting there about arguing about amongst each other what's going on in Minneapolis. You know what turned out from those ICE raids? A lot of them? A lot of illegal shit. People using maybe one of my listeners using your social security number, claiming to be you. Countless places they've raided, businesses they've raided, this is what they found. People, illegals using what? Not they're not fake IDs. They're of a real person, just not them. And those are the ones that have committed a crime. You came here illegally. You crossed our border without stopping and seeking asylum at the first, and this is the first. That doesn't mean because you traveled from Colombia to Mexico that you seek asylum at the American consulate in Mexico. No, you seek asylum in Colombia or the next country that you cross into that has that has our embassy. That's how the law is written up. Let's stop arguing about the laws. Let's start arguing about the broken systems. How do we fix these things? Because we do want people coming here, but we don't want the ones that are being trafficked here. We don't want the ones that are anti-America coming here. They're more about being terroristic. We don't want the ones coming here that aren't going to assimilate because they're not coming here to. They're coming here to make us assimilate. When you're supposed to be coming to this country because you want what the American dream stood for. You want to be better. You want to flee that country, the persecution. You want to be able to see your kids have a future, education, have the freedoms. That's what this country is about, the freedoms. And we are losing focus on that by letting a government who's supposed to be under our control saying they are in control. So words do matter, especially in this day and age. But be careful who you're listening to and don't follow my fucking words. Don't follow anybody's words. Follow your own research, your own gut instincts. Question everything. And you'll find yourself in a better place. And I'll tell you what, there's a reason why I don't tune in to all this crap that's going on because it's negative. It brings you down. The more you fucking research it, yes, me and Bree brought up a subject that I did not care to bring back up because I did investigations and that deep investigations. That's how I found out the shit was happening on my backyard and everybody's backyard. But it all got swept over the rug because the person that brought it up and was supposedly trying to rescue these people. He was a fraud, and it discredited everything he said, and discredited a very important topic at the time. Words have power. Words can create and destroy, and manipulate and deceive. They can be used for mentoring, training, bringing people up, lifting them up, but they can also destroy if we are not careful. I don't believe in labels, don't care for labels, but there is a time and place, and some labels do have a meaning and have power when given. But like any tool, when you don't use it or it breaks, you discard it and it has no value or meaning. Learn to know when to give words meaning and power and when to discard them when they're irrelevant and have no place. And always remember this: actions speak louder than words. Judge a person by their actions, not their words. When they start lying to you to buy your vote, look at their actions. What have they done? Everybody's researchable. You can see how they voted on everything. You can see what bills they have brought. Had they lived up to their promises that you voted for the last time? Did what they said they were going to do? If not, don't vote for them. As that Republican, you're a Democrat. I'm going to use this as an example. You're a Democrat, but the Democrat that you've been voting for, you discovered, is all words, no action. But that Republican has done everything he said he was, and some things benefited you, some things you didn't disagree with, but for the most part, his words are backed by his actions. What he said he's going to do, then that's the person you should vote for. It doesn't matter if the roles are reversed. If it's an independent or whatever label we choose to give our politician, judge them by their actions, not their words. That's how you should vote. where reporters get in bed with certain groups. And yes, they want to make the groups feel comfortable. They'll give them coffee, they'll give them donuts, and I'm not defending what was done. I don't agree with what's done, especially when it comes to the house of worship, no matter what it is, what denomination it is. That's supposed to be a sacred place, but he was being a reporter and should not be charged, unlike the rest of the ones who actually protested inside that house of worship. Because when we start going after our reporters, we start going after our First Amendment rights: freedom of speech, freedom of press, freedom of religion. Was what he did distasteful? Very much so. Was it probably immoral to that denomination? Yes. But to people like me, yes. Because that's supposed to be a sacred place. But it's not something I believe he should be charged for. And I can't stand him. And I know there's plenty of people who disagree with me. And we have that right to disagree. And we can sit here and argue the First Amendment rights. But let me ask you this. The shoe was reversed, you were doing something, you was researching a group, and you were that reporter, and you followed them in, would you want to get blamed? Except for well, if I if I was the driver and they robbed a bank, I would be guilty. Actually, if you were the driver, you'd get more time than the actual bank robber because you're getting charged for the bank robbery and being the driver. Oh, is that right? No, that's double jeopardy. But hey, that's how that scenario works. There is a difference. A crime being committed, and I guess we could say that the crime was committed against the church in a sanctuary spot, a safe spot. Hence why they created the Ku Klux Klan law, which I did not know existed. I've actually researched it to find it kind of comical, but I see why it existed. But it didn't just exist for the churches. It was more for the schools during the abolishing the segregation, why they created that law. But it does pertain to some churches. But as a reporter, should not be charged, and I can't stand the man. That's my personal opinion. But he has a right to a fair trial by 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 his peers, and his peers will decide. And when that decision is done, this is something I tell you guys to pay attention about. That will become be in laws for years to come, and that can be cited in a courtroom, whether it's for good or bad. His case will be cited one day in a courtroom when if it ever is decided a verdict that he needs to be brought up on. And I'm sure there's cases out there that are similar, just not dealing with the church, that can be recited to protect his constitutional or First Amendment rights. It is an interesting thought, but like I said, it's just another one of those things to get arguing and fighting against each other because we're all going to have our different beliefs on that system. Those are more Christian and spiritual. They're going to say he was in the wrong. He violated our sanctuary. I think it was in poor taste, bad taste, but he got the story, which is what his job is as a reporter. But his job as a reporter is also to report both sides of the story, not one side, which is that. And in those terms, he is guilty of being one-sided, where we cannot be. We need to see all sides of the story and use the proper verbiage to address the situation. Words have meaning, words have power. Words also have no meaning or no power when we choose not to give them. Know the difference. Know that you can be uplifting people right now. You can be influencing people, making people question things they've learned just by speaking, by using these platforms. As bad as I get on YouTube, YouTube is still a platform that can allow you to voice your opinions at their discretion, of course. Same way as TikTok at their discretion. But that's the same for anything. Rumble, they let us get away with a lot more. But I'm not going to say that there won't be a day where they stop. I hope they never do, because then this will become a, a true free speech platform that we can have opinions in these debates and question everything. Is what it's supposed to be about. We don't need a Twitter and a X and whatever the new Twitter is that they created for the Democrats. Now we need one spot where everybody's at, where we can all have dialogue and argue amongst ourselves and debate each other. But unfortunately, when you get those platforms like that, you get everything. And it goes back to what I've always said. You know what my favorite YouTube channel was? Still is to this day? Change the motherfucking channel. Change the channel. If you don't like what I'm saying, change the channel. You're a grown ass adult or young adult that can easily decide, oh, I can't, I completely disagree with him. He's an asshole. He swears too much. He doesn't know what he's talking about. I'm not going to listen to him. Uh huh. Too late. You already did. I already planted the seed. But move along. I do. I might listen to somebody for a little bit, and the next thing I know, it's like, oh, I can't agree with this. No. What the hell? Why? Well, apparently there was something I needed to hear, and that's why I started to listen to them. And now I don't need to hear that message no more, and I don't need to listen to this negativity. And I'll change the channel. I'm not going to thumbs down his stuff. I'm not going to report his stuff. I'm going to be a grown ass adult with common sense, knowing this is not the place for me, and change the channel. How hard was that? All right, we know I'm not fucking PC. I'm not probably suitable for anybody under 18. Set your parental controls accordingly. Don't turn me on when you got kids in the room. We can got so much control, but yet we let them manipulate us. Saying, "Oh, we need to cancel this person. We need to dox this person." Don't get me started on that, because that both sides are guilty on that, and I am ashamed at those that's the right that decided, "Oh, we need to dox these people." And when they were the ones bitching when it was happening to them, go fuck yourselves. You're pathetic. You're no better than the ones. In fact, you're worse than the ones you were bitching about when they were doing it. Why? Because you were bitching about it and making a fuss about it, and you turned around and did it. Yeah, I know. There's no love, no such thing as love and war. Everything's fair game, right? No, have some dignity and be the better. We all know what's right and wrong. We all have morals. Use them. Save the dirty play for those of us that enjoy it, that know how to actually use it the right way. Which, in most cases, should be never. But, like all things, there's a time and place. It's one of my favorite passages in the Bible. There's a season for everything. And it gets to my next favorite part of that whole thing that everybody forgets. And there's nothing new under the sun. Funny. And that's what made me start a Christian religion. What has come will be what. What was will be done, and there's nothing new under the sun, or something on those lines. Well, that's basically telling me, well, it's history repeating itself. But there's more to it than that. It is us allowing things to be repetitive, not realizing that through all these seasons of change comes growth, comes wisdom, comes knowledge. We're also to change with those seasons and not repeat them. We are to take the lessons from them and not repeat the mistakes. Funny how simple it is now, but when I first questioned those things at the age of 12, it made me think. And I questioned it to preachers, pastors, cardinals, nuns, every denomination you could think of. And they all have the same answer. I can't wait to see what you discover when you figure this out. They did not have an answer. Or they had the answer and they didn't want to tell me. Why? Well, same thing. Most preachers won't talk about paranormal. Many religious leaders will not go into the paranormal. I had one, but he would never, and he's flat out said, I will never admit this or say this in front of from the pulpit, but there's things that exist in this world that are good and evil that walk this earth that we can't see or begin to perceive or understand. But we're not going to the story. Yeah, we're not going into the Galswood stories. Been there, done that, not reliving that anytime soon. And I don't think any of the people that were ever involved in that want to relive that. But with that said, hey, we're going on 4 hours. Not gonna be. Like I said, I got one more weekend I can stream. I gotta make the 30 hours, but it's been a blast. Thank you, Rumble, for the opportunity to be part of the creators program. But most importantly, thank you for giving us a free speech platform and the tools that you've given us for free. I mean, I do pay for free, but that's my reward to a business that supports what I want or what I'm looking for. Or two, and I have not ever. I didn't support Gap. Didn't support the Mines. I don't support Twitter or X. But I found a place that I'm willing to support. I hope you continue with the changes you're making. I'm not a big fan of crypto, but it does serve its purpose and play. I do like the idea of the gold coin because you can redeem that for actual gold from a real bank. It's not an imaginary currency. I like that idea. I like the idea that I'm going to receive my cash. As far as the Bitcoin thing, not really my thing. As far as the AI goes, definitely not my thing. And I think we should all be weary and questionable of AI. But as technology progresses and advances, these things are going to come to be and come to be. And like with all things, we need to learn to question everything and realize when it's time to pump the brakes. With that said, I'm going to pump the brakes with this podcast. I hope you guys all enjoyed. Sorry about the 4 hour podcast. But hey, I had fun, and it is Rambling in the Chaotic Minds. We did a lot of rambling on various different subjects and topics. Some topics I didn't even think we'd be talking about. So leave it to Bree to throw a monkey wrench into my podcast. which Turnabout's fair play. I'll throw enough monkey wrenches in her podcast. But it was fun to have somebody on. And it was fun to hear her voice and hear that she's doing well. Last time I talked to her, she wasn't doing that well. So it was fun. Today's been a good day. It's been a great day because we're getting snow. I love snow. Because if it's snowing, guess what? It's not minus 1 degrees outside. It's actually warm enough to snow, which means it's warmer than minus 15. Oh my fucking god. I'm ready for summer. Yes, while we're talking about that, and to everybody out there, be safe. You know, this whole weather pattern we are through, that's affected everybody almost. You know, if you don't have propane or gas, kerosene, whatever, invest in some. So if the power goes out, at least you can stay warm. Make sure you have some backup food. I always make. My dad hates it, and bitches about it, but I always make sure our chest freezer is full. But you didn't need to buy anything. You got. I don't care. There might be a time where we don't, or something goes out. Yeah, I get it. Or we get snowed in for a couple days and I can't go to the grocery store. We have it. Everything in moderation is the way I look at it. No, I'm not fucking stockpiling a bunch of shit for the apocalypse. I'm gonna stockpile just enough to get by. To where if I get sick for a week and don't have a whole week's check, we're not worried. It's covered. Like I said, everything in moderation. Fortunately, it took me years to learn that. But like I said, I'm not doing an outro, guys. I am just gonna shut down because, well, honestly, I'm gonna eat this soap, probably crash because I know my luck. I'll have to go to work Monday. I ain't that lucky to get a snow day. But everybody else, enjoy your snow days. I will catch you on the next one.